class.
Bianca's horrifying.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. Welcome to session number 63 of the Adventures of the Salamander Coast. Verisol, you're here. Hello, welcome. My body and mind are ready. Get prepared.
Hey.
Get prepared. Well, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for stopping by. We hope that you enjoyed the episode. But let's go ahead and roll the intro and get into tonight's session of the Salamander Coast. We are back. Now, there's a reason why I'm on the battle map screen here, because obviously we're going to be diving into combat as soon as we get started. But I did want to show a thing off real quick that I'm happy with that I did. So one of the things that I like to do for the campaigns is that I like to make regional specific maps when players are going to be in a place for a really, really, really long time. Now, the Old Kingdom is a place where the party's going to be for a really long time. So I would like to share with all of you the original map for the Old Kingdom of Bella Clara. I'll pull you all there now. So there is that. This regional map
across all those bridges.
So right now, all of you are in Richka, and there's really only one way to get to Maester from here. Now, you could go down this path down here where this bridge is at, but obviously there's a lot of indicators down there that might not be something you want to do. But, you know, you can do whatever you want. It's just that, people are going to recommend that you go this way, down, and then...
Okay, but consider this.
Okay, yes.
We get fish friends, and we can cross without having to go through the scary bridge. Done. Next question.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Fish friends. Yep. Or you could try and hop a ride. Like, you could just go along the river, like, coastline, and you could try and get a boat. Like, just be like, stick your thumb out, hitchhike, get a boat to take you to Periton. And then through Periton all the way down to Maester. And then all the way over here, we have Bianca's birthright, the Damaris Keep. Now, the Damaris Keep is like... It was the capital of Bella Clara long ago. So it is a massive city with a keep that is inside the mountain. So yeah, there is this massive wall that spans like 3 miles, connecting mountain peak to mountain peak. And then there's a city behind it inside that valley. And then there's the actual keep itself in the mountain. So yeah, you got your work cut out for you if you want to get there.
Right.
I need to get me a birthright,
So yeah, I agree.
Also, where is this lake that we're at?
The lake that you're at, it's not big enough to be on the map.
Oh.
It would be like,
wow, it's not significant, dude.
it would be like here. It would be pretty close to the river.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What happened here?
What happened there? That's a good question. Not many people know. But
Man.
whatever it is,
I'd like
people are
these
very,
people.
very, very confident that that's what makes the land in the Old Kingdom so fertile. Whatever happened there, something causes this like natural energy or force or some type of material, some type of magical energy that causes the fertile here to be extra plentiful. Or the soil here extra fertile. The fertile here.
The fertile.
But
fertile
that's
extra soil here.
the Old Kingdom has yields like quadruple what most normal farms do from the amount of fertility or how fertile the soil is here. Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with everybody because I was gonna update the splash screen to include this map, but I wanted to draw attention to that first. Because on top of that, the splash screen version of it kind of cuts off some things too. Also, on the splash screen, I finally corrected Cecily's name to be correct. So
Oh, it was wrong?
it was
Yeah,
it was Odinson for a while, but now it's Cecily Sylvarin, and
Ah, right. Okay.
with a new map attached to it. Okay, so that was just kind of the first. So that was what I wanted to go ahead and share with everybody. So we'll hop back to the RP screen now. So with that, let's go ahead and dive into tonight's session of the Salamander Coast. So here on Roll with Advantage, we do things a little bit differently as opposed to having me summarize the session. No, it is not me that does that. I have my players write the summaries. And this week on summary is...
I'll say it. It's me.
It's Mark! Yay!
There was a pause. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, and Tangent Turner. Hello. Welcome. So, Mark, with that, go ahead and take it away. Summarize, child. Speak it plain.
All right, older person. I am a child. Session 62. So the party had just finished dealing with the Rock clan and the child of the Great Rock that got sent to the village. They were still dealing with all the repercussions of that and preparing to move forward with their investigation of Lake Arumaga. So in the morning, the party wakes up and they notice that Suni is still missing. They assume that he was still off at the temple somewhere, communing with Elowen. So they just go about their morning without him, and they met with Bianca's parents, Natalia and Ildan Dusong, and they were very lovely, nice parents. And Ildan basically recalled some of what he knew about the entire situation, about somebody he referred to as Lady Nina taking him away from the kingdom, him not really understanding the full gravity of it when he was young, but now understanding that it fell. He never knew the decision that his mother made until Bianca was born. And he has not attempted to restore the kingdom in order to try and give Bianca a normal life. That was one of his main motivations. Give her as normal of a life as he possibly could. But now that the party has been thrust into all of this nonsense, he went ahead and gave Bianca the signet ring of House Daenerys and said basically that I will help you every step of the way, but this was never my duty, this is yours. And if you want to do this, I will support you in being the new face of House Daenerys and restoring this birthright. So Bianca got very overwhelmed and stepped out, and Caracilla followed her and tried to convene with her and let her know that she was capable of leading despite all of the party's troubles, all of Bianca's own personal doubts, and she even said that returning stability to the area, in a way, was helping their fight against the Dark One. And Bianca, after a few minutes of kind words from Caracilla, did eventually come around. Meanwhile, the party all went and headed to the temple. Cecily did a cool thing with the rain where it wasn't raining on her, and then some kids got real confused, and then she gave them a flower and acted all coy, and they thought she might be a queen. But that's just a side note. The point is, they all go to the temple, and they find out that Suni, according to the priestess that was there, is probably still communing somewhere. And they decided that either he was going to show up somewhere along their path pretty soon, or he was just going through something he needed to on his own paladin journeys, and they should just leave him be for a little bit and pursue their more urgent goals of investigating Lake Arumaga. While they were there, though, Bianca decided to pray to the Raven Queen to see if she could get a little bit more guidance on everything she was going through, and the Raven Queen actually did appear and explained some of her personal path in her mortal life before godhood, explaining her own refusal to see herself as a leader and pleading Bianca to take that hero's call that she wished she had taken sooner. And she granted Bianca an ability to help her while she was here pursuing that goal, basically giving her the ability to cast Alter Self whenever she needed to, since her tiefling appearance was going to become much more of a hurdle the farther west they went. So then the party decided to head out to Lake Arumaga. But meanwhile, we did a little bit of a director's cut, and we saw Suni separated from the rest of the group, and he actually woke up and found that he was far from safe. He was unclothed and bound to a table. He was in the clutches of a mysterious enemy that seemed to be preparing to experiment on him, much like all of the fish creatures they had seen that had been grafted and reformed and experimented on themselves. And this mysterious person claimed to be the creator. And he specifically mentioned wanting to remove the Dark One's taint from him. So clearly this person was opposed to the Dark One, but also very opposed to the MO of the party. So Suni remained trapped. He was tied to the table in the strange chamber, but the party was still oblivious to that. So they went out to the lake again. They were accompanied by Suna, Mimir the Head, and also Natalia. They found out that Natalia actually, before setting down her life to become a mother, was a quite skilled assassin, and they thought that would be useful. So they all arrive as a group, and when they get there, Marcus, the paladin of the Order of the Golden Heart, I believe it's called, he was nowhere in sight. But another member of the Golden Heart was there, Typho the Water Genasi, who is currently being played by John. Hello, John. And they went ahead and worked together, and with the aid of Typho and the party's information, they began to realize what they needed to do to open the big sealed door at the bottom of the lake with one of the cultists' amulets. When they all entered, they were in a strange, breathable chamber that was kind of air and kind of water, in which they were able to walk around freely and talk to one another. There was strange clams, there was magical frogs, statues, a lot of stuff to take in. They began to explore, they tried to interpret some of the runes that were carved into the frog statues, but it wasn't long until Typho found a room full of cultists dissecting a body. Now, shockingly to the rest of the party, but not to the oblivious Typho who does not know about the rest of the Dark One's schemes, the body appeared to be Wicker, one of the 13, who was now dead and being desecrated and mutilated and experimented on in this altar. And before Typho could discern any more of the scene and start to explain some of the stuff he had seen, the group of cultists noticed the party, and combat is about to begin. Probably.
Exactly. So, just as Mark said, that is exactly where we're going to pick up. Typho and Bianca's mother, they had just peeked around the corner to see what was going on. Typho, however, in that moment, seeing that dead body, seeing all of these enemies, you faltered for a moment. You stopped. You didn't move, allowing the enemies that were there to look behind, glancing, seeing you, shouting out to alert the rest of their allies that you were there, as Bianca's mother pulled you back behind the wall. As with that, I would like all of you to roll for initiative.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, you will. Roll it.
Time. Woo.
I got an 18 plus 5. What is that, 23?
Well, that's good, because you better go first.
You kind of need to. All right, let me go ahead and pull everybody here. And transition.
Wait, no, sorry, that's not an 18, that's a 13.
18.
Oh,
I got a
Well, that's
13
different.
plus 5.
that is an 18.
Yeah. Sorry, the 3 looked like an 8 on this dice. I'm not going to roll that dice. It's bad dice.
Okie dokie. And then Cecily looks like we got a 13.
Yep.
Carasilla, what do we got?
A 9.
Yikes. Bianca!
Damn. 18.
18. Okay, all right. And then Suna's coming in at a 19.17. And Mom is coming in at a 7.19. It's really extra sad for Mom because she's got like, yeah, she's got like +6 to, she rolled a natural 1 on her initiative.
Oh my god.
Just-
Damn.
I really
Literal
wasn't
fail.
counting
Been
on
a
getting
while.
caught.
Really caught her
A
off
little
guard.
rusty.
Yeah. She hasn't been there. She hasn't done this in a while.
Yep.
So
What happens when we get spotted? I haven't thought about that.
I get spot. Looking at Typho.
okay, there's
Yo, what the hell, man?
okay, real quick before we get started here, let me go ahead and add let me give recorder vision on mom. Which is a really weird sentence to say out loud.
God, I love video game sentences. No sense.
Okie dokie. And then let me give mom a lot of dark vision here. Has vision 60, there you go. All right, dope.
Wait, so who are we running Mom and Suna?
Here I can run mom and Suna because their things are pretty simple. So let me go ahead and pull this up over here. There we go.
Give me eyes on Mom, DM.
Give me eyes. All right. Yeah, let's get. Okay, there you go. Eyes on mom. You got her. There he is. There she is. Standing right next to Typho.
Joe, I can't see my character on stream.
Yeah, I just did it. What do you mean?
Just kidding, man.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
You shit.
I'll learn how to take a joke better next time. Okay. All right. So with that, we're going to start up at the top of the turner with the hybrid flyer up here.
Who's that?
Here, I'm going to move mom a little bit right there so that way we can get a better idea what's going on here. Okay. So
Yo, that guy wasn't like that last time. Why is he got water on him?
Why has he got water? Because you guys are underwater.
Glowing. That guy wasn't glowing last session. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, this hybrid flyer is gonna fly over here. They're gonna go 30 feet there, and then they're gonna go 10 feet up in the air. And they're going to hold their attack for somebody to come through that doorway. Okay, so next up we have Suna. So with that, Suna, oh God, Suna's way over here. I guess Suna would kind of look to Karasilla just because you're right next to her, and she would kind of grab your arm and say, "What do we do? What do you want me to do? What should I do right now?"
I mean, just real quick, do we know what Suda's skills are in this kind of situation?
Yeah, she would have talked about it a little bit, maybe on the way over here. She's pretty much an artillerist artificer, so she has a big ass cannon she can throw down and use.
Oh, yes.
That's sick.
I see no reason not to
Yeah.
feel like that's good.
Fucking use that.
Yeah,
seems-
sounds like we should do that
I'll
one.
do the trick.
I need you to tell me what to do. I don't know what to do. I've never been in a situation like this.
You've never used the cannon before?
Sometimes on trees. What do I do? She's looking at you, Carousel, like, please just tell me what to do.
Time to treat those people like trees.
Yeah.
Do I stay here? Do I go there? What do I do?
Perhaps not be the first one in there. I think it'd be best to let someone else do that, but definitely follow her in.
Okay. Okay. So I suppose then she will not be the first to go in.
So I'm
She w-
guessing she does not have good health or AC. I don't really know.
Not super high AC. Her health is pretty okay. So I suppose that she'll just kind of hold her action. She'll throw her turret down right in front of her. And she'll just hold her action to fire the turret if an enemy comes into line of sight. Alrighty. That's the end of her turn. Typho, it's your turn. What are you doing?
All right. I'm just gonna move here so I can see into the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Wait, no. How do I stop the chat from doing that? I was looking at stuff.
Oh, that's a... Oh, yeah, you'll have to disable that option.
Hmm.
What are you doing, John?
This is interesting. They're just right out of the range of my thing. That's in.
Oh.
Well, sorry guys. We're going to. Yeah. Okay.
I don't think that you
Typho is going
apologized.
to. Well, you know, I don't know what I'm doing, so he's gonna run up here using 30 feet.
Okay. Checks out.
As he's running, he's kind of like spinning his quarterstaff like around him in front and like kicking up water. And as he does that, he is going to come down with 2 strikes on this guy. This quarterstaff.
Okay, sounds good.
The first one will be a 25 to hit.
That easily hits.
That will be. Oh, this is two-handed. Where's my D8? So it'll be 13 points of damage on the first one.
Okay, nice. 13.
The second hit. Ooh, that's not as good. That's a 6, but I have a plus 10 to hit. So 16 to hit?
That hits, yeah.
Okay. That is a 10 total damage on that one.
Okay.
And then I'm also going to
Do it.
I'm going to spend a key point
Oh,
to patient defense.
that's a smart idea, honestly. Because at the end of your turn, as you make those 2 massive sort of spins and twirls of your staff, cracking into this like hulking monstrous beast, the massive crab claws and tentacles coming out of their back. You can see the skin is translucent in parts, where you can see the pumping of its heart and the blood rushing through its vein in certain areas. The covering of scales, you thwack into it, causing some of those like fish-like scales to pop up and rupture and crack. You can see that it just sort of ducks and hunkers down before getting ready to rise up and hit you. But as it does that, Typho, the hybrid flyer up here that took its time to come over and wait gets a good line of sight of you. So at the end of your turn, Typho, it's going to go ahead and make an attack with disadvantage against you with that spit acid attack. Okay, so disadvantage. The first one is an 18 to hit. Does that misses, right? Or does that? But with disadvantage,
that is my armor class.
with disadvantage, that's a natural 1. So that is going to miss. So you
kind
can
of like ducks underneath.
yeah, this like lob of spit that it just like as it flies and soars up and through the air like a mortar. It comes down crashing towards you, but you just sidestep out of the way as the acid starts to sizzle away at the stone underneath your feet. Luckily,
Nice.
you missed it. All right. With that, Typho, that's the end of your turn, and we move on to Bianca Dusong.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do something super interesting.
Okay.
I'm gonna move my movement. I'm gonna move 30 feet.
Now remember, walls are a thing.
Oh my god. Okay, fine. I'll move here. And then, so that was 15 feet.
Yep.
Right.
God, my DM won't let me walk through walls. That's bullshit.
It kind of is. Just saying. Alright.
Damn.
There we go. Alright, and then I'm going to Crimson Right as my bonus action.
Nice.
And hold my action to shoot something if it comes through the corridor.
Nice.
Probably won't, but... And then I will do the harm myself damage for that Crimson Right. I think it's a D6. So.
Hell yeah.
And, team, should I do ice since we're all underwater instead of... I mean, it's not water. I don't know. I'll do ice instead.
Yeah, it's weird. The sensory is water, but you're not drowning, so...
Right. I don't know what elements it's going to... Like, what rules will apply and what rules won't, so I'm just going to do ice damage.
Okay. All right. And you can
That's
see
the
that
plan.
as your, that, like, silvered piece of almost like opal blade that you have as it begins to fill with the blood and then eventually begin to like crackle with ice. You can see that as you move the blade through like the viscous like air that is this watery interior, you can see there are these small ice crystals that are formed in sort of a trail, giving your blade this like sort of fan-like appearance as you go to cut through anything. Not obstructing your attack or anything. It's just, it's cool.
Right. It is really cool. All right. Well, that is my turn, so I'm holding my action in case anything comes through that doorway, but otherwise, that is all I can do.
Sick. Cecily, it's your turn.
Cool. I am gonna see what happens when I cast lightning. So...
Yes. Yes, you are.
That's fair.
So, I think I'm gonna do, Storm Sphere, and I'm gonna put it at a point, like, pretty far away from most of us. All of us, rather. Because the range is 150 feet, and it's not one where I need to see them.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead. Is there a... Like, is Mom up against a wall there?
Yeah, she is.
Okay. Because I'm thinking Cecily will just kind of move with her 30 feet there. Just like back against the wall. And then I am going to do Storm Sphere. It's a 20-foot radius. So I'm thinking like... Let me fucking draw a circle. Bop. That's 20 feet right there.
Okay.
Nice.
So I'm gonna go ahead, yeah, I will use my action to cast Storm Sphere and drop it right there. It doesn't immediately do lightning damage, though. So I'm gonna drop the text of the spell real quick, just so we all know what's going on, because it's a denser one. So 20-foot radius of whirling air springs into existence. The sphere remains its concentration. Each creature in the sphere, when it appears or that ends its turn there, needs to make a strength save or take 2d6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
So the three of them would need to do that.
Okay, all right. Strength saving throw. I can tell you the hybrid brute's probably going to do okay, but the scions probably... No, the scions are pretty strong too. What's your DC? 16?
Yeah, I should know this at the top of my head. Yes, it is.
16. Okay. All right. Strength saving throw. Scion number 1. That's a failure. Scion number 2. That is a success. So 17. And then for the brute, we are looking. That's actually a failure. A high modifier won't save you from a bad roll.
Hell yeah. So the two of them that failed take just 9 bludgeoning damage from the sharpness of the air itself.
Okay.
The sphere's space is difficult terrain, so there's that.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
And then everybody should know that creatures within 30 feet of the sphere have disadvantage on perception checks that involve listening. So hopefully, since all the enemies are visible, that won't affect anything, but it might. And then, here's where the lightning happens. Until the spell ends, you can use a bonus action on each of your turns to cause a bolt of lightning to leap from the center of the sphere toward a creature within 60 feet of the center. It's a ranged spell attack, and you have advantage if the target's inside.
Nice.
So I'm just gonna attack the brute. And I will go ahead and roll 2 spell attacks real quick.
Okay, let me release your... Let's see. It's funny. Okay.
That is...
Woo.
Okay.
All right, yeah, that'll hit.
Okay, and then that's... I drew another circle, sorry. That wasn't meant to happen. And then that is 4d6. So that would be 15 lightning damage to that brute.
Okay.
Something else happens.
Yeah, you can see that as the bolt of lightning strikes down at it, the lightning is vicious when it hits this creature, striking deep into the muscles and organs, and you can see that as the lightning begins to like course through it, because of the intensity or the viscousness of the air and whatever you're moving through right now, that lightning has some extra permanence, dealing double damage against this creature.
All right.
Let's
All right.
go.
Well, that was all my shit. So Storm Sphere is staying.
All right.
And that's it for me. She'll just stay back against the wall. Gonna be staying out of the line of sight. It only took 63 sessions for me to learn to do that.
Okay. All right. So we'll move on from Cecily to Carasilla. Carasilla, what are you doing, Carasilla?
I mean, I'm not sure how much visual I'll be able to get on anything. That is a negative. So, just kind of move up, and I will just hold just a little distant whispers just to hopefully push back anything as we're getting ourselves set up. And with my bonus, I'm gonna give a bardic inspiration to Mum. Just, see that moment of hesitation, I guess, for someone that should theoretically be very dexy, She might need it, It's like riding a bike. You'll get back into it.
All right. So this is stunned, but I don't know. It makes me feel like it's inspired. I don't know. It looks very like magical. So she'll,
Buy it.
what do you do to inspire her? What's your inspiration to her?
Actually, just say that, It's like riding a bike. You'll get back into it. Come on. You got it.
Okay, so she kind of like cracks her neck on each side, feeling the inspiration. She, you see her go to reach for her daggers, and then she shakes her head and she says, "Thank you. You know what? I'll do just that. Get right back into it." Okay. All right. Anything else, Carasella?
That is all. I
All
literally
right.
cannot see anything, so.
It's Mom's turn. Now the good thing is, all of these creatures, except for the one flyer, haven't gone yet. So that means Assassinate still works. 10 feet, 30 feet. She's gonna run in right there. And Typho, you're really the only person that can see this, but for the audience, the camera sort of pans around as out of thin air, she pulls this like purple dagger from the sky. And you can see that it is made of purely psychic energy. As she grabs it, and she's gonna go ahead and throw it at this brute right here next to the pillar. So she's going to take the dagger and she's going to chuck it in that direction. So we got +9 to attack. It's a 19, which is a hit. And then she is going to she has advantage, so we'll see if it's a natural. Oh, it doesn't matter because she's Assassinate. So what she's going to do is she's going to throw the dagger, and the dagger impales directly into the neck. But then what she's going to choose to do is she's going to choose to Rend Mind, which pretty much in place of sneak attack damage, it deals extra psychic damage. So this one dagger, also because she's an assassin, because this is on the first round and this creature hasn't taken a turn yet, it's automatically a critical hit. So that is going to be 1d6. Well, no, not 1d6. That's going to be, holy shit. That's a stupid amount of damage. Okay, so that's 78 plus 13d6.
What? Oh my god.
That guy is gone. That guy's not gone after this.
You cannot.
Look, if this guy's not dead after these rolls, we gotta run. We gotta go.
Okay, alrighty. So that's 51 plus. Oh, I'm sad that didn't drop that. So that's 51 plus 78. Damn, that was really good rolls, too. So it's like 130 plus 5. That's like 142. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh my
Holy
god.
shit.
I don't think she forgot how to ride the bike. I think she was just nervous to pick it up instead.
Yeah, she like throws the dagger, and you can see this, Typho, you see the psychic dagger implant itself into the neck of this creature. And this lady, you don't know, other than the fact that she's the purple tiefling's mom, and you see the psychic dagger fly and stab in the neck, and the creature, this dagger itself doesn't do much damage, but then you see after she throws it, she kind of snaps, the creature's head explodes. Just,
oh my God.
Just like from where the dagger was up, just this implosion of energy as the creature falls over down into the ground. And you can see her kind of, she nods, and she's gonna duck behind this column here, and she says, all right, yeah, I still got it. And she's gonna throw her back up against the wall.
Typho loosely lets down his defense and just like stares back and goes, that was amazing. Good job. And he goes back into his defensive position.
Give you a little thumbs up. She'll go back to hiding. Okay. All right, now we come to the hybrid brute that was right here in front of you, looking aside, seeing the head explode off that other creature. It's going to let out this and bring up those two crab claws, and they're both going to come slamming down towards you, Typho. So this is with disadvantage.
At disadvantage.
Yeah, oh, girl, I know. So that first one though, ain't nothing to mess around with. That's a 25. Second one is not a 20. That's another natural one, dude. What the fuck? Okay, so you see slam as you just are able to jump back a little bit and kind of do this like little bit of a roll in the air. The claws slam down onto the ground. The first attack missing you. The second attack though, let's see, that's a 16, so 24. And then the second one, I swear to God. Okay, that's a 9 plus 8. That's a 17, which is still a miss. Okay.
Still a miss.
Second claw comes slamming down. You can see these two big slams into the stone floors underneath you, creating this like small crater as you slowly float back down to the ground, landing unscathed from the hybrid brute's attacks.
Can I say, after seeing what Mom just did, like Typho's trying to also be cool. So like he's kind of has one hand behind his back and the one in front, and as it's like coming down, he's like kind of jumping on the claw, but he's not breaking eye contact with it. He's just like it's not even. It's just so easy for him to dodge this.
She sees you do that and she shouts back, "All right, just don't get hurt, sweetheart. All right." All right.
Okay.
She's still a mom, you know. Even you can take the assassin out of the mom, but you cannot take the mom out of the assassin. All right. Well, I guess you can't take the assassin out of the mom either, especially after what she just did to that guy. Okie dokie. All right, we move on to Simic Scion. What's this guy gonna do? Okay. Yeah, now that there's a whole bunch of enemies here. This guy, okay, so excuse me. So this one's gonna run forward 30 feet here. And let's see. Yep. 25 and 15. So as soon as it runs forward, you can see, as I said before, it has this mouth that opens in like 3 areas. It opens, there's this fold that opens at the bottom of the jaw, but then also both of the cheeks unfold to show this like almost like suction-like teeth with these tiny, a suction-like mouth with these tiny teeth all around the edges that seem to just be able to latch onto somebody's face or body and just rip and tear out flesh. But that is not what it's doing. As soon as it does that, it sort of plants its 2 feet, open those folds, and lets out this terrible screech that is audible within 30 feet. As it screeches, there is this psychic energy that is sent out that hits Typho and Mom. So I need both of you to make wisdom saving throws. So Mom, Mom's going to use her point of inspiration. What's it, D8?
Yeah.
Okay. That's an 8. Okay, so that's going to be a success.
DM, that's a natural 1 plus 3.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, so, science memories of that's 20 master. Okay, all right. So, you can see as that screech comes out, Typho, you are just completely stunned. You cannot move. And you are stunned that way until the end of its next turn. So, That is not good for you. Typho is a stunned boy.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, that is.
Well.
It was nice knowing you, Typho.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, that is going to be the end of its turn. Yeah. Then we have the next Simic Scion. This one is going to swim up 40 and then 5 for 45 feet total, and is going to capitalize on that, and is going to go ahead and yeah, it's going to go ahead and make 1 bite and then 2 claw attacks, and all of these are going to be with advantage because Typho is stunned.
My patient defense drops, obviously, right?
Yeah. Well,
Also,
creature-
this isn't a charm or frighten, right?
no. This is stunned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to say that probably patient defense doesn't work anymore. Well, no, I'll say it works. It just cancels out the disadvantage. So it's just a straight roll. That makes sense. But this isn't paralyzed, so this isn't the one that's a crit. So that is a 19, which is a hit for the bite. That is a 12, which is a miss for the first claw, and then the second claw, that is an 18, which is a hit. So we are looking at this much damage. Okay, so you're looking at 10 points of damage total. All slashing. Well, some piercing, some slashing. As there's that bite that just rips and tears out a chunk of flesh, and then a claw slash across the chest.
Question.
Yeah.
One of those was an 18, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think stunned lets me not use reactions.
No, a stunned creature is incapacitated, and incapacitated says you cannot take actions or reactions.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
All right. So yep, we get chunks taken out of Typho. But that is going to be the end of that Scion's turn, and then we come to the Brute over here, which is a little bit of movement, so it's 5-10 to get out of there. And
damn, how much damage was that from that dude?
10.
10. Okay.
So 5-10, 15,
Right, continue your assault.
20. 25. Yep, it's getting right up there, Typho. This hybrid brute comes up, and this brute is gonna wail. He's gonna make. Oh god, yeah, he's gonna make those 2 claw attacks, which these are gonna be straight rolls. Oof. So that's a dirty 20, and then that is a 14, which is a miss.
Haha.
I love the optimism. Oh no, I dropped the dice. The D12 too. Okay. All right. So we're looking at 7, 9. Oof, buddy. We're looking at 22 points of damage.
Okay.
Oh no. Sorry. One of those missed. I added the modifier twice. 16 points of damage. That was my bad.
So that's I get what, an extra 6 back?
Yeah, you get 6 back.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty, so that's going to be the end of its turn. Then we come to the priest up here. Simic priest. Pretty far away from anything. Let me double check this spell. 90 feet. Okay. We'll have him move 30 feet up here, leaving Wicker's body behind. And then, yeah, right there. The priest is going to sort of raise this gnarled, like, barnacle-ridden staff, and you can see that it has these, like, pieces of like fish scale and other things that are on top of it, just like pieces of animals indigenous to more watery areas, just riddled all over it, like chitinous plate or like crab shell, just all over the staff as it lifts it up and then slams it on the ground. And right near Typho and Mom, there is this splotch of ink that appears, and these black, like squid tentacles emerge out of that spot of ink as he's going to go ahead and cast a Vard's Black Tentacles. Right there. Yep. Okie dokie. So Typho and Mom need to make dexterity saving throws with Typho, yours is with disadvantage.
Okay.
Creatures restrained by the tentacles. Okay. All right. So Mom's dex save. That's a natural 1. Woo.
Well, mine's not any better. That's a 2 plus 10, 12.
Okay. Okay, so those are both going to be failures for all parties involved. Now, Avard's Black Tentacles aren't that damaging. Yeah, okay. So you're just looking at 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Same for Mom. However, on top of now being stunned, you are also restrained. As just a good time. Restrained. So on top of that, now that the tentacles have sort of extended out and wrapped around you, you can now feel, even though you're stunned and you can't move at all, there's this extra layer of protection preventing you from being able to move as these creatures will continue to wail on you. However, he's going to go ahead and maintain concentration on that. Okay, all right. So with that, we move on to the hybrid brute who is dead, and we move back now to this hybrid flyer up here. This flyer is going to move 20 feet here, sort of flying around the sphere here. Why is it not letting me? Why is it not letting me move him? What? Oh, because I'm using the measuring tool. Duh. Okay. All right, he's gonna move 20 feet here.
Rookie mistake.
And then we'll move up an extra 10 feet to be 20 feet up in the air. Oh God, yeah, I hate to break it to you, Typho, but you're just the easiest target to hit right now, and he already missed once. So he's gonna go ahead and make a ranged.
Telling me the stunned and restrained target is the easiest one to hit?
Correct. Alrighty, so straight roll here. That's a natural 20 on the acid spit there, Typho. Now, as a water genasi, aren't you resistant to acid damage?
Yep.
You are? Okay, so, all right.
Yep.
Not that bad. Okay, all right. You're good.
It's not that bad. No, we're fine, dude.
So you're going to go ahead and take what would have been 27 points of damage, halved to 13. There you go.
Okay.
Take 13 points of acid damage. However, on top of that, it does get a second acid attack. It was just holding its action the one time. That is a 3, which is definitely not going to hit. So we'll move on from the flyer, and we'll move on to Suna. Suna being left behind, she's going to... Okay, we're going over there now? Okay. And she's going to pick up her turret. She's going to move 5... 30 feet. And she's going to tap you on the back, Carasola. What do I do?
She can't even get any further as in.
No, she can't. She can use her action to dash.
But I also worry about making her the only other target that's there. I
mean, even if she could get like a little bit closer, not quite in the door frame yet, if she wants to dash, I mean, if she has an action, she could get like here, so that then she can be more...
But dashing would be her action, right? She doesn't get that as a bonus or anything, does she?
Correct. It would be her action.
Right.
Yeah. I
But
guess
she
anyway,
can't
it's
do
probably
anything back here.
best to at least get yourself ready to be able to shoot into the room.
Okay. All right. So she'll go ahead and she'll say, okay, if you say so. She'll move forward an
careful.
extra 30 feet. She'll move here. So she's still next to the, right behind the wall. She'll throw her cannon down right next to her. And that'll be the end of her turn. Typho, sadly, you are stunned until the end of the Scion's turn. So yeah, you're staying that way,
Please.
buddy.
Everyone, please remind me that I have evasion. Just remember that.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
Well,
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yep.
yeah, well,
Never
we're
played monk,
here
guys.
now.
Never played monk.
All right, so Typho, I'm sorry, but that's your turn. As you will just have no other choice but to continue to be wailed on.
Am I no longer incapacitated, or is what is it? Or stunned?
You are stunned until the end of the Scion's
Of that
turn.
one's turn. Okay.
Yeah, till the end of its next
Okay.
turn. So that's a rough one. Okay, so with that, we move on to Bianca.
Yeah, let's see if I can get in to do anything to help that situation. Okay, gonna avoid going through walls. I think this is technically not in a wall, so we're gonna do that. Okay. Can I see everything now? Oh boy, okay. Alright, well, now, okay. I have a question, Joe. I was looking at Shadow Slide, and I'm very confused, because it's under both bonus action and reaction. Can I use it either or? But it also says not an extra 30 feet or up to 30 feet. It says as your movement. So what the fuck does that mean? I'm so confused.
Let me look it up. Okay, let's see here. Gunner, Blood
'Cause
Maledict.
If it's a reaction, I'll just do my turn and then take a reaction to get up there. But
As your movement, you can choose to merge this later and sign. No, that should just, it says as your movement, so it should just be part of your movement. So like,
okay, but
so
is it a reaction?
no, it's,
Because it's listed under my reaction.
that's weird that it's listed under your reactions. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your bonus A. Yeah, so no, that just, to me, that says, I don't know why it's listed as a reaction. It seems like
Okay.
it's just as you move, you can choose to use that feature to move an extra 30 feet, and then you can make an attack as a bonus action if you want.
I can move an extra 30 feet?
Yeah, as your movement, you can choose to merge with your shadow and slide across the ground up to 30 feet. So that means you could move 60 feet on a given turn and then make a bonus action attack if you want to. It's a 7th level feature, so it makes sense that it'd be a little stronger.
Right. It's just very confusing. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why it was
So,
listed under reaction.
Okay, so I would still... So I'd be able to bonus action attack and still have an action of attacking.
Correct.
If I use Shadow Slide. That's kind of
Yeah.
badass. Oh my god, okay. So, well, we're gonna make a goddamn entrance, because I'm gonna open up with coming in the door frame. Which one's been hurting Typho the most? Both of them?
This one that's glowing blue right here, this one hurt him the most. This one missed both times.
Okay, well then she's gonna take 2 shots with, she's gonna come in the doorway, take 2 shots with Deadeye, and then Shadow Slide up to the bitch, and then attack with, the Blood King, or I guess it's Reaper's Toll now, not the Blood King.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so the first Deadeye shot is 24 to hit,
Okay, that
and the
hits.
second one is 16.
That also hits.
Nice. Okay, so first damage 20, second damage 17, and then we're gonna merge with my shadow and Shadow Slide
Hell yeah.
Well, can I flank? If he's prone or whatever?
Oh, restrained and stunned, sadly no. You could technically, because he's there, but it's all about imposing a threat to the enemy to get flanking, and Typho isn't much of a threat right now.
Poor boy. Okay, yeah, I might just...
Poor boy. Oh boy.
I might just come here. Well, I don't want to be in Caracella's way, so maybe I'll just come right here.
Okay.
You know what? Let's not clump. I'm coming over here.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That should have been not what it was. Okay.
That's
and
all
then
right.
we're going to do
Bonus action attack.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude.
Okay. All right. Oh, man. That was kind of low. 12. 12 hit?
12 just barely hits, yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
they're not very hard to hit.
12 hits him.
12 hits them, yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, my damage is always pitiful with the blade, which is unfortunate
wait.
because it's really cool.
I just got back.
so-
Why is Bianca right next to this guy?
Okay, so it's so, why is the blade, meh. Okay, that's 8 damage total, 2 of that is ice.
Okay, alrighty. Sounds good. So also, Bianca, as you had started your turn outside of the Avard's black tentacles, but as you slide now into it, appearing, you make that slash into it as one fluid motion cutting into it. As you come into the area, I do need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
You know what? I didn't even know that's what that was.
Yeah,
But that's okay. I made my decision. We're doing it. I need to make a dexterity saving throw. I didn't register. Okay, that is fine. Dexterity?
Yes, dexterity.
Okay. 18.
18, that succeeds.
Okay, cool.
Yes. Oh, let's do that one.
So, do I get any other effects, or do I just avoid the whole
So
thing?
you.
Yeah, I did not register that box since I hadn't seen the whole thing.
Okay,
Which is
so.
okay.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Okay, so Avard's black tentacles, not that great. If you dodge, you're just able to dodge out of the way of the tentacles, and you take no damage.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
I did.
All right, cool. So, Bianca, with the end of your turn, we move to Cecily.
All right. Step 1. Use half my movement to get over here.
Okay.
Now Cecily can scan the room. Step 2. Fireball, transmute with an extra spell point to lightning damage.
Ooh.
Because I'm not about to SpongeBob in this bitch. So if I center it right there, the other 20 foot of the radius will just hit nothing up here, but it should reach so that it just hits the brutes and these 2 smaller targets here, but doesn't have 25 feet to reach my allies.
Okay.
So I'll put it right here,
Send them
and
to
that
the
will
bottom.
be DC 16 dexterity from all 4 of them.
Okay. So Flyer, first one, that's failure. Scion, that's a success. Brute, that is blue, that's a failure. Brute, that is not blue, that is a failure. Okay, so 1 success, 3 failures.
Okay. Cool. And the damage, we're looking at 29 lightning damage for the full. So
Oof.
15 for the half, or 14 if you round down. I forget which way you do it.
It'd be round down. But the thing is, we'll just go ahead and take the 29 straight for the person who succeeded because the damage is doubled.
Right.
And then the failure 29. So we'll just say, what was that? 58.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 58, 58, and woo, 58. Okay. All right, so the flyer, you can see that as there's that discharge of lightning and electric energy. You can see the flyer that was floating up in the air 20 feet, right at the range of the lightning ball that you shot in there. You just zap it like a mosquito flying into a bug zapper, just and then Crispy just sort of floats down to the bottom of the ground as it's just sort of dissipating into dust after the effects of the lightning strike. Now, the other 3 are still alive. The one that Bianca has been wailing on is looking rough. Really, really, really rough. But it's still in there, and the one right in front of Typho is still doing okay, but definitely bloodied.
All right,
good turn.
Step 3, bonus action.
Oh,
Storm Sphere Lightning Bolt, originating from the center. So I'm gonna make a spell attack on the one that's fucked up.
nice. Nice.
May use a point of luck because I won't have advantage on this one. I'm definitely it's a 12.
12 does hit on these guys, on the big guys.
Okay.
12 hits, yeah.
Okay. Never mind. That's 4d6 lightning damage there.
Alrighty.
So
32.
18, and then so that'd be 18 would be 36.
Yeah. Alrighty, and with that is enough to do that one right next to Typho in.
Hell yeah.
So Bianca, as you're dodging out of the way of the tentacle, just sort of closing your eyes for a brief moment, you hear these 2 massive cracks of thunder and lightning, and as you open your eyes again, you can see the creature in front of you just recently got struck with a bolt of lightning in the shoulder that is now beginning to crumble and crack as it's beginning to fall down onto the ground dead.
Nice.
All right. Step 4. Cecily yells, "Fuck 'em up, team!" And she's using the other 15 feet of her movement to go back to her corner.
Alrighty.
Nice.
There, I did all the things.
Very good.
Holy shit.
Carousella, it's your turn.
Okay, I want to actually see what the fuck is happening because I am stuck.
That helps.
There's a box.
Okay.
Beware the box.
It's okay, I can't move it to the box anyways. How is Typho looking, by the way?
27 out of 75 hit points.
Could be worse.
Yeah, I could be having 26 out of 75 hit points.
Okay. I've like changed my plans with like every turn that has happened since. But I think my go, given that Typho is not having a great time right now, I'ma do a cheeky little dissonant whispers on the big brute hit thing in front of him, and get a DC 16. What is it? Wisdom? Why can I not see? Wisdom, yeah.
Okay. Big brute right next to him. Wisdom saving throw. That is a failure.
Good. So he shall take a bunch of damage because I'm upcasting to 4th level.
Nice.
Okay, maybe not so much. Okay, so that's 20, and he can get back from Typho, please.
Okay. Spread to the melody. Use its reaction, if available, to move as far as it allows. So reaction, 30 movement speed.
Yeah,
So-
go into the sphere, bitch!
Yeah, it really has no other choice but to enter the sphere.
I mean, I will say it can't force it into hazardous area if that will, or obviously dangerous area.
Okay. So then, I suppose then 30 feet, it'd run to this corner.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Crab claw just his shoulder slams into the corner of the wall. You can all feel the temple around you just kind of shake as it's just trying its best to run away from the current conflict.
Good. Also give Bardic to Typho.
Yeah.
Again, he looks like he needs the help. And he just got here, so, you know. Gotta be nice.
Okay.
I feel like
All
this
right.
doesn't usually happen to my boy in combat, but first thing for everything,
Yeah. Alrighty, so then we move to Mom. She no longer has the Bardic Inspiration, so I'll go ahead and remove that. Restrained, the first thing she's gonna do is man, that kind of sucks. Creature that starts its turn in the area, and so she started her turn and is restrained, so she's going to automatically take 3d6 damage. Okay, so that's 8 points of damage. Actually, Typho, we never rolled that for you, so I'm gonna. Well, I missed it, so that's okay. Alrighty, so Mom is gonna use her action to make a dexterity saving throw, because I believe now it is a choice. Dexterity saving throw, dexterity check against the spell save DC. So that's gonna be +5. Yep, 17, that's a success. So you can see that she kind of takes some of those like real daggers out of her back, and she's able to work them up into the tentacles, make these 2 big slashes as the ethereal tentacles are able to be cut apart as she's going to move out of the range. And she's going to go ahead and move over here on a path towards the Simic Priest down here. But that's as far as she's going to get. She's had to use her action to cut. And she will use her... Oh, let me double check this. Evasion, assassinate. Ability. Yeah. Okay. So sadly, she's not going to do anything else on this turn. So just kind of go ahead and sit there and wait for her next turn. Move to the hybrid brute who's running away. Now does he... doesn't move into dangerous ground such as fire a bit. So then it can come back at its next turn. Carousel?
Yes.
So it just uses, I think you're muted, but it just uses its reaction to run away, and then there's no stacked effect, it doesn't look like. Yeah, it's not
If
concentration.
it's Dissonant Whispers, yeah, I'm pretty sure they can run back.
Okay. So then he'll do just that. He ran 30 feet away. He's going to run 30 feet back to be near Typho. So, yeah, with that, Typho, you are still, until the end of this creature's, or the Scion's, who's next, end of their turn, it's going to make those 2 slam attack against you.
Yep.
So that's going to be a 24 and a natural 1.
Well, 24 hits.
Whoa! Oh. Thanks, 9. 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And I need you to, I forgot to have you do this earlier, but I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Which this is with disadvantage because of... You sounded excited there.
Well, I rolled a 15 plus my 5, so that would have been 20, but disadvantage. Okay. 12 plus 5, 17.
17. Okay, that's a success. Even though you are stunned right now, you can barely move at all as the claws come slamming down on you. You're able to rally yourself and prevent yourself from being knocked over by the massive crab claws that are being slammed down towards you. Good job. Okie dokie. All right, so then we move to this Scion right here. Let's see. Yeah. It is going to move forward. Right here, 10 feet. And then 30 feet right here. Yep. And it's going to do the same thing that it did, where this time it's going to swim forward, moving, and all 3 of those mouth folds unfurl as it lets out this like hypersonic screech at the very top of its lungs. And I need everybody now to make a wisdom saving throw, including you, Typho. I need you to make one again.
Again?
Again, yeah.
Like, everybody.
Okay. 18 total. I rolled a 15.
9, you said wisdom, right?
Yep, wisdom.
Yeah, 9.
Okay,
19
Mom's
for
wisdom.
me.
Mom's wisdom saving throw, that's a 4. That's a failure. Suna's wisdom saving throw, that's a 9. That is also a failure.
Am I in range? Because if I am, I'm going to use a point of luck.
You are within range. You're within, just barely within 30 feet. Because it sounds, so it travels around the walls.
Right. Ah, great. Luck improved my roll from a 3 to a 5.
Oh, no!
Oh no.
Okay, dokie.
Right.
Oh, that's rough, guys. Okay. So with
No.
that, everybody except for Typho and Carasilla are stunned. However,
Oh my
that's the end of that creature's turn. So Typho, you are no longer stunned. You are you're not prone. Why did I do that? You're not prone. You're no longer stunned, but I can do it. You're no longer stunned, but you are still restrained by the tentacles. So with that,
Yeah.
Typho, you're restrained, but we now move on to this Simic's turn right here. Let me double check. Restrained. Typho is restrained. Which restrained is it using here? Oh, that's weird. Get that restrained out of here. This is the one I want.
Attack rolls have advantage.
So
I have disadvantage on dex checks.
All right.
I'm going to just add a note here, too, that I will remove the concentration from Cecily as well. So...
You
Storm
drop
Spears.
concentration when you're stunned?
Yep. Yeah, because it's incapacitated, so...
I hate this effect.
Wow. Oh,
It's the
holy
worst.
shit.
Yep.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Alrighty. However, Typho, oh man.
Hello?
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm thinking.
Faster.
Okay. As that happens, as most of the other people end up getting knocked stunned, you're still restrained. Mother is no longer restrained. I'll go ahead and remove that off of her.
Mother.
Mother. You can hear the priest, the Simic priest in the very back. You can hear him shout out, his voice echoing throughout these chambers. You can hear the voice echo out.
Collect the samples! Hurry! Get them from them!
And with that, the Scion on its turn is going to use one attack. So for one, it's going to move here. It's going to use one attack to bite at you, Typho, which is advantage. So that's going to be a 7 on the roll, and that's going to be a 13 on the roll, which that's definitely a hit. Well, I guess 13. So that would be a dirty 20.
Okay, yep, that hits.
Okay, all right. So then the bite is only 6 points of piercing damage, but you can see as it bites into you, Typho, it is able to, like, there's this, like, suction where it, like, bites in, the teeth sink in, and it just inhales, and you can feel a small portion of your, like, vitality drain as it only makes the one attack, and then it's going to move over to Bianca. However, you are just restrained, so you do get an attack of opportunity if you'd like.
Yes, please. Let's roll this dice. 17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. He's going to take. Ooh,
Ooh.
12 points of bludgeoning damage, and I am
Nice.
going to stunning strike this guy.
Oh, that is a really good call. Okay, so he's coming out of there. That's a wisdom saving throw.
Let me check really quick. The Constitution saving throw.
Constitution. Okay. All right. +3.
DC
That is
14.
a natural 3. So that's gonna go ahead and be a failure. How's it feel, bitch?
How's it feel?
Okay, you can see there's so many people that are stunned right now in combat. It's really funny.
Everybody's just
As this
stumbling
guy's
around
trying to
like a wrestling
run
match.
away, Typho just quickly smacks him in the head and says, "Where do you think you're going?"
Oh yeah, the Scion just kind of stops and it just kind of body begins to like shake and like move in different ways that are very like chaotic and unnatural as it is unable to move. Okay, that's the end of its turn. Then we move on to the Simic Priest, who is going to move up 30 feet. You can see them grab the head of that dead body that all of you that are in here, Bianca, you definitely would have been able to recognize, and Carousel all the way at the other end, and Cecily when you looked in, the head and then the mask next to it of Wicker, and it's going to move up 30 feet. It's going to grab the head and going to grab the mask, and it's going to use its action to dash this way.
No.
Okay.
Don't worry, guys. If we can get out of this, I'm like a race car.
Okie dokie. All right, so then we come to Suna. Suna's stunned. That's the end of her turn. Typho, you're restrained.
So how does the restraint work? How do I get out of it?
So for one, you do take 3d6 damage at the top of your turn, just for being in it.
Please don't.
And then this isn't a saving throw. You just take the damage. So that is 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm out.
No!
Oh my god.
Oh,
Sick.
All right.
oh God.
Oh my god.
That was really low on 3d6 too. Oh.
Carousel,
I'll
bring
get
it
there
home.
eventually, don't worry.
It's not, it's just an effect.
Carousel is our only hope.
Yep.
Y'all are fucked.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. So sadly, Typho, you're still restrained because it takes your action to break out.
Oh shit.
Oh my
Cool.
God.
You wouldn't let me use my tortoise thing here, would you? No, it's a deflect missiles thing.
Yeah, it's a deflect missiles thing. Because that's just evasion is on a saving throw, right?
It's on a dex save.
Dex save. The creature that starts its turn in the area already restrained by its tentacle takes 3d6. Yeah, there's no save on the next damage. Yeah, man.
Cool.
Oh God, I'm sorry. That sucks. Okay. Alrighty. Bianca, you're stunned. That's the end of your turn. Cecily, you're stunned. That's the end of your turn. Carasilla, it's your turn. Sorry to just skip your turn. I just wanted to move on. Please
Everything is fucked. I don't like this.
Oh yeah, you gonna run past the Scion there? Num num num.
Fuck it, I crave death.
Okay, it takes a bite as you run past.
That's okay with me, I guess. I'm guessing it's not.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
You didn't
Oh
have
my
to joke.
god.
I'm also
Oh.
cool,
my
so we
God.
should be good.
Okay, so 6 plus 4. So it's not a lot, but that is 15 points of damage, and you can see that as you run past, it takes that bite and just there's this suction as you can see that it's like one of its cheek was already full with like what you can assume is the blood. Oh no, not this one actually. The one that did that to Typho is stunned. So you can see its like left cheek fill up like a almost like a boil with this thick red blood that you assume is yours. But you run past.
Nasty. And tentacles, do I need to do anything there?
Oh yeah, as you enter, you do need to. Oh god, you do need to make a.
Yeah, I'm just like, I have faith in my dex save, so like.
Okay. Yep. Dex save.
I do have a +6. Okay, we should be good. That's a dirty 20.
That is. Yep. You're good. You're good.
Okay, and then just gonna pump in some heals into Taffel. Oh, shit, that's 19. That's not too bad.
Thank you.
19. No longer unconscious, Typho.
And probably. Actually, I will also. No, I won't do that. Okay. Yep, and I guess there's a fun brute next to me, so just get ready for that. And try and I guess since Typho's down, like, get myself kind of in between the brute and him, just so hopefully he's not going to get pummeled again.
Okay. So yeah, Typho, you are prone. Yep, you got it. Alrighty. So Carasilla, with that ending your turn, being very effective, we do move on to Mom, who is stunned, and then we move on to the hybrid brute, who is not going to slam towards you, Carasilla, but is going to. You can see one of those tentacles lash out towards you, as it's going to attack with one of those instead. So we're looking at a 20. I mean, yeah, that hits. It's a 20. God, why am I 26?
Yeah. That
Okay.
definitely hits.
26. D8. D8. Yep. Why am I so bad at math? That's 11 points of piercing damage.
Okay. That's not too bad.
And bump. And then I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Those I am less good at. Oh, but it's 19.
19, okay.
Let's go.
The teeth sink into your back as, like I said, these tentacles don't have suction cups. The ends are just, they're like the shape of a hand, and they have these small teeth that jut out from them. As it lashes onto your shoulder, those teeth jut into your skin, and you can feel that sucking sensation of the blood just being absorbed from your body, as luckily you're able to grab onto it and rip it off. It is painful, but luckily you are not restrained / grappled by the creature. And it is going to then, with its movement, oh, well, it gets 2 attacks, so it's going to make another tentacle attack against you real quick. That's a natural 20. Yikes. Okay, so that's 18 points of damage, Carasilla,
Okay.
and I need you to make another strength saving throw.
Okay. That's a nat 1.
Okay, alrighty. So with a nat 1, you are both restrained and grappled. As not only does the tentacle, like the teeth stick in and jut into your skin through your armor, but you also are like wrapped around in the tentacle itself. So you're grappled by the one in your shoulder, and then you are restrained by the tentacle that you're pulled up into. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and link you to this token here, because he is now going to move. And he's going to move his 30 feet this way.
I'm going to use my reaction to hit him.
Okay.
Are you for real? No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
That's a 27.
That's just good.
And I am going to stunning strike this guy.
Avenge me.
Okay.
Please?
All right.
That is 10 points of bludgeoning damage, and he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Con saving throw. He's pretty good at these. That's a natural
I
2.
put an antibiotic.
That's
Okay.
that's a 2. All right. So he is stunned as well.
They stay where they
Once
are.
again,
They stay where they are.
Goddamn.
Everyone's stunned. No one's
Bring 'em.
doing anything.
Actually, keep them there, because now Caracella's out of the fucking stupid fucking squid shit.
Just out of the tentacles, yeah. Okie dokie. Alrighty, so then we move on to the Simic Scion here. That was the one that yelled. It is going to swim 20 feet past Suna. Seeing the person who cast all the lightning spells is going to run up to Cecily. Cecily, it's going to make its 1 attack against you, or 2 attack against you. It's going to make 2 bite attacks. Both of these are with advantage because of the stunning. So that's
Too bad for him. I got 12 AC.
okay. So yeah, the first one hits natural 19 plus modifiers, and the second one is that's a 19 and a natural 20. So that's going to be a natural 20 on the second one.
Joe, stop rolling natural 20.
Guys, I'm going off tonight. I don't know what it is. I'm just feeling
man.
good.
Yeah,
It's-
fuck.
We didn't ask for a TPK.
You're bee spamming right now, dude. You're fucking
We asked for the opposite. We asked for fish friends.
Yeah, this is not fish friends,
And
Jar.
these guys are fucking brutal. God damn. Okay.
Don't act like you didn't know.
Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, all right. So Cecily, on the first bite, that's cocked. On the first bite, you take what's going to be 9 points of piercing damage.
Yay.
And then on the second one, you take. That's not. You take 12 points. Yeah. Rolled really
right.
low on that one.
That's tolerable.
You can see that as it takes one bite, there is that as it's just drinking more of that blood, and you can see these like pockets on its face begin to fill with like these 2 boil pouches on its face as movement speed. Okay, they got a little bit more movement speed. So it moved 30, so it's going to move an extra 15 feet away from you right there. Okay. However, with that, all of you are no longer stunned, getting to the end of its turn.
Thank God.
Woo. That was a real quick round of combat, though. I'll tell you what. When you skip 17 million people, it really flies by. Okay, this Simic Scion is stunned. Now, is that till the end of its turn or till the end of your turn, John?
My turn.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing. Hell yeah. Okie dokie. All right, so he's staying right there. Simic Priest is going to do the same thing. It's going to move 15, 30, and then it's going to action dash, and it's going to be able to get right there. Yep. Okay.
Actually, Joe, that Simic Scion should, because I just stunned that guy. He shouldn't be stunned because my last turn was when I stunned him.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, gotcha. So he's not stunned anymore. So yeah, he's gonna go with his original plan that he was gonna do and
No, that was a reaction.
Yeah, but I took my turn. On the start of my turn, I got downed. So at the end of my turn, he would have been unstunned, and then I got my reaction back, and then used it against the brute just now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Because we went so fast through everything that Typho had gone down, and we just kind of skipped through it. So yeah, he would be.
It seems like I didn't get a turn, but I actually did. But at the end of that one, when I got down, that guy would have been unstunned.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Damn.
Okay. Damn, that was almost lightning thinking. It's gonna move here. Sorry, and Bianca, it's gonna make 2 attacks against you. Stunned, so it's with advantage.
Why with advantage?
You're not stunned anymore. That's right. Never mind.
Nope.
Sorry. So let me re-roll that just so it's the one.
So much stun.
So that's 19 to hit for the first one.
Yeah.
And then that is a natural 2 for the second one, which that will not hit regardless.
Ooh.
Okie dokie. So then that's just going to be 1d6 plus 4. So that's going to be 6 points of piercing damage as that mouth flails open, slamming into your neck. There is that suction from the creature as it absorbs that blood, and you can see this pocket form on its cheek. And then it is going to go ahead and use its other, it only moved 5 feet, so it's going to use its other 25 feet of movement to get there. Bianca, you do get an attack of opportunity.
Attack it.
Attack it then. Attack it then.
I'm gonna shoot it with the gun. That's what I'm doing. Actions. Go up. Did I? 14 to hit.
14 to hit. Let me double check here. Is there a thing I'm missing out on? 14 just hits.
Okay. 13 damage.
13 damage. Yeah. So you, as soon as the creature like grabs into your neck and takes that and sucks some of that blood out, you are able to, as it's running away, pull out Deadeye, take a shot as it just bursts through part of the shoulder. Sadly, the creature is still alive and is still hanging in there. Okay, so Simic Priest, Hybrid Brute, Suna. Suna is no longer stunned. Suna can finally use her cannon. Suna is going to shoot the creature that is currently running away and will most likely get away if something does not happen. So we're going to go ahead and go Force Lance. As you can see, the turret right next to her lets out this magical beam of energy as it flies out for a 14 and is going to do 15 points of force damage. Turret flies out, slamming into the back of the creature, that magical energy washing over it, dealing a fair bit of damage. Yeah, okay. And that'll be the end of Suna's turn, just to keep it easy. Typho!
Yeah.
At the top of
Damage.
your turn,
Wait,
you
where
take...
does Mom go?
Mom is after
Oh.
Carasilla.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. She was stunned too, so it's just...
I'm so backwards. I have no idea what's happening.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Oh,
It's just...
happened.
There's just so much stunning. So Typho, you'll take that 3d6. So that is... Okay. 7. Ooh. Okay, so you'll take 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Thank you, Carasilla. I'm still up.
Okay.
Much.
Not by much, but I am. How is this brute looking? How bad does this guy look?
The brute is looking pretty rough. The one that Carasilla is currently being grappled by looks pretty rough. Trying to get away.
Okay, and you said, what is it to remove this restrained effect?
It is your action to make a dex or strength check to break out of them.
This guy's looking rough.
That's true.
Okay. I am going to use my action to break out.
Okay. Go ahead and make a strength or dex check.
No, wait, hold on.
Okay.
Fuck, this guy's stunned, and if I don't hit him while he's stunned, I won't get advantage. Are those auto crits when he's stunned?
No, that's paralyzed.
Okay. Do you guys think we can still catch up to the Scion up here if I stay back? And we can
Pam,
still
you
kill
have
this guy?
no hit points. I think you need to break out.
Yeah.
Well, if I break out, I'm gonna run after this guy after I kill this guy.
That's fine. I mean, we still have a lot of people's turns. Like Cecily now can do stuff. Mom can do stuff. I can do stuff.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna take damage next turn if I don't get out of this. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to get out of this restraint, which is
Okay.
a dex check. You said?
Dex or strength, up to you.
I'll take dex. Yeah, that's a 19.
Okay, 19. You break out of the restrained.
Okay, he's gonna move over here, and as he moves out, you see him place his staff on his back and starts doing these arcane, well, it's not really arcane. You can see him almost in this watery place start to pull fire out of nothing, and I'm gonna cast using my 4 elements at 2nd level, using 2
yeah.
key points, Burning Hands on this guy.
Ooh.
He needs to make a dex. Oh wait, no, he fails because he's stunned,
He does, yeah.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, you fucking right, you fucking, you fucking, yeah. 4d6 fire damage.
Yeah.
You guy's about to take. I feel like you might have resistance, but you know.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
16 fire damage.
Ooh, nice. 16 fire damage. He's still alive, but he's looking really rough.
Okay. I use half my movement to get up. I'm going to.
What you gonna do
Can I?
with all that junk? All that junk inside that
I'm
trunk.
just gonna run I can only run this far, but I like to imagine that I run up the wall around him and get to the other side.
Yeah, you like run and jump and run next to him and then plop down right next to him. 3-point landing.
Yeah.
Like a badass.
Yeah. Okay. That's my turn.
Okie dokie. All right. Bianca, it's your turn. What do you want to do? Well, actually, as you start your turn, I do need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, because of the tentacles.
Which I should have had you do that at the top of your turn while you were stunned, but that's all right. I forgot.
Oops. I was already stunned. And you like picking on John more than me, so I appreciate that.
Because if you were already stunned, you would have auto-failed.
19.
19, that's a success.
Cool.
So you're good.
I'm just gonna first step out.
Okay, that's fair.
Will it move? Hello? Did I move? Or is it that laggy? Okay, come on. Fucking move. There we go.
Nice. You're out of there.
Damn. Okay. Okay. So between the fishy that bit Bianca and the crab that has Carasilla, which one looks worse?
Definitely the crab that has Carasilla.
Okay, she's first gonna make an attack. I'm just gonna see if I can get it down. I'm gonna make one attack and see how it does. So 22 to hit.
22 hits.
10 points of damage. Still up.
Oh, yeah, just barely. It's up.
Okay.
Just barely.
That's okay because I'm gonna hit it one more time.
Hit me,
Ideally,
baby,
21
one more
hit.
time. That hits.
17 damage.
Yeah, overkill, but that's enough.
Cool.
Dead.
Crab dead. And then my bonus action. I think I'm in plenty of space. I don't think it really matters. I can get a little closer if I wanted to. Okay, this 20 feet. I moved 10. Yeah, I moved about 10, right? I didn't move 5.
Yeah, you moved.
So I can actually get up to it.
Let's see, 5, 10. You would have moved 10, yeah, because you were in this square right here.
Get up to it. Do I want to do that?
Do you?
I don't know, because I don't want it to bite me again and get more sample. I'm going to bonus action Blood Curse of Binding it. Yeah,
Okay.
see within 30 feet, strength saving throw, and then if it fails, its speed is reduced to 0. So at least it's fucking stopped. So DC 16 strength saving throw.
Okay. Strength saving throw, DC 16. That's cocked, and that's a natural 20. That's going to be a success.
Oh my God, Joe.
I'm sorry.
No, you're
No, you're not.
I mean, I am a little, at least.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get up to it then, just in case it runs over, so I can at least try and get closer. What if I get in front of it? We're not engaged in combat, so I can't. Well, but I'd be next to it. I could still maybe make an opportunity attack. Yeah, I'll do that. That's fine. Those are the choices I made. I'm done with my turn.
Okay,
They were good choices.
They were good choices. Alrighty, so then we move to Cecily. Cecily, you've just been harvested from. What do you want to do?
Yeah, so there's obviously a lot going on up in this main chamber, but she's just gonna respond to the immediate situation. She sees the thing harvest her blood, and she's gonna have a flashback, and she's gonna be like, no, not again, not again, and she is going to just use a lightning bolt on just this creature, because I don't want these things getting away. So yeah, that'll be a DC 16 dex
Okay,
for that fishy boy.
so pretty dexy. Okay, DC 16, so that is 17 total.
Alright then, my damage for the lightning bolt was 31.
Okay, 15, so then, but then doubled, so 31. It'll just take the 31. Yeah, okay. It is still alive, just barely though.
All right.
Barely alive.
Quicken spell, bonus action, shocking grasp. I'm just charging in.
Okay, roll an attack.
All right. Roll that attack. That's a 26 to hit.
That hits.
Yeah.
And that is max damage of 16, so doubled the 32.
That is enough to do
I
it
did
in.
more damage with the cantrip. That's
I do
funny.
that sometimes.
Oh, so yeah, with that.
She's gonna, lightning in her hands, just start like make a claw shape with her lightning hand and just start beating the shit out of this thing's face. And just, stop taking my blood! Stop it! Stop it! And just be smacking the shit out of this thing.
As you do
until it
the
is
yeah,
very dead.
lightning discharging into it, you can see those 2 blood boils on its face pop open and splatter over your face. As you eventually shock the creature to death. You can see no one's really paying attention, but as Cecily's like beating it, the camera pans over to Suna, whose eyes are so wide, and just mouths, "That girl has got problems." And
She's never seen me like this.
no, she is not. Alrighty, but Cecily, anything else?
Use the rest of my movement to get back to the wall. That's
Okay.
it. And she'll just like shake the blood off of her face and just be like, fucking old blood. Because she has no context.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
doesn't know what's happening.
Yeah.
She just thinks this is her thing again. So, yep, that's it.
Okie
She
dokie.
will pay Suna no mind, and I like to imagine a wide shot where Cecily is oblivious and Suna is just staring at her wide-eyed.
Yeah, just, oh my fucking god. It's like, what the hell? Okay, so with that, we move on to Caracella. Caracella, you are grappled and restrained, but the creature's dead,
Am
so
I?
you are
Yeah.
not. You are not. So with that, you drop down onto the ground, no longer grappled or restrained, as the tentacle unfurls and drops to the ground.
Okay, important question. Am I prone or not?
Oh, yes, you would.
If I'm dropping to the ground. Okay,
Drop into the ground. Prone.
that changes things. Oh, fuck that.
No, no.
I had an idea, but now it's gone.
No!
So it's like if I could get in front of this thing and then like Distant whispers it back, that'd be great. But now I can't do that, for I am prone. So instead, I'ma just get myself up, and I feel knowing that Typho is ready to just go after these things. And is also on, what are you at, like 9 HP?
8.
8, even better.
I'm fine.
I'm gonna get up, walk up to where Typho is without. Ooh, there we go. No? I think it's because it's there. I could surely go on top of this dead thing, right? I guess I could probably just.
Yeah, I mean, I can
go
move.
up here.
Oh.
Oh, well.
Oh, it's because you're
Where's
linked still. Sorry, that's my bad. I forgot to unlink
Oh.
you.
I
You
feel
are
like
so
this is a
grappled and
wall, is it?
restrained.
Everything's always a wall. No, I just can't.
Okay, there you go. Now you can move.
There we go, there we go.
That's my
Okay.
that's my B. I'm very sorry, but they did.
I was just very confused. And I will give Typho another little killings,
Woo.
just to keep you up.
Amazing.
And we'll give some Bardic to Bianca, just because fucking get that thing, please.
Hey,
And you.
thank you so much.
This is it.
Okie dokie. All right, it's Mom's turn. Mom is going to.
How?
She's gonna come 20
It
feet,
has my blood.
and she's gonna try and throw a dagger at it. Huh? That's a 2. That's a miss. No, that's a 11 total, but that is a miss.
Yeah.
That's rough. She's a rogue. That's all she can do. She gets the one attack.
No.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Bonus action hide from Bianca because she's fucking pissed.
so the Simic Scion is going to turn around, going to unfurl its mouth, and it's going to scream, and I need everybody except for Cecily and Suna to
no.
make a wisdom saving
You
throws.
fucking-
My God.
Remember, you have that bardic, Bianca,
Oh,
just in
thank
case.
you.
It's
It's
got
gonna
to
be up to me and
God.
Suna.
What's your inspiration die?
A D8.
I still have it too.
Okay, yeah, it's a D8.
Oh, I rolled an 8. Oh, shit. Because I rolled a 6 on my 20.
Oh my god.
Oh my God. And I rolled a goddamn 5.
I got a 17 at least.
Okay, you succeed,
17
Kara.
total as well.
Typho, you succeed.
Oh, thank you, Caracilla.
That's a 9 total.
Okay, Bianca, you are stunned. Oh,
Jesus.
no. So
Did you
yeah,
read my thing in chat? Where I was like, can Bianca use her own blood in its mouth to choke it?
That's
Just a
a-
concept.
that's a good
Blood
concept.
bending shit.
We'll test that out next time there's not a creature running away from you. Okay, so this creature has 45 move speed in the water, so it is going to zoom away from Bianca, who is unable to make attack of opportunities. And that was its action.
Wait, that was it. Oh, wait, that wasn't its dash.
No, yeah, it cannot dash. So yeah, that'll be the end of its turn right there. Simic Priest is long gone. He is so far away now that Avard's black tentacles dissipates. Okay, so then Suna. Suna, actually, what's the range on this? So she's 105 feet. I actually think Suna's cannon's out of range.
Move up?
Oh, never mind. She's still in range. She's still in range. Cannon's gonna make an attack. That is a 8 plus 5, 13. That's a miss. Cannon just fires. It flies past it, slamming into the stone next to the creature. So that's a miss. Yeah. Typho, it's your turn.
All right. He's going to look over at Carousel and say, "Thank you so much." And you watch as like the water that's not really there, he jets forward. I'm gonna use a key point, Step of the Wind.
Okay, nice.
I'm fucking it's hedgehog time. That's gonna give me 90 feet of movement.
Boy.
Okay.
I'm going to, on purpose, get in front of this guy. And is Step of the Wind's not a bonus, is it?
Step of
It
the
is
Wind is a bonus
okay.
action. It just takes a key point.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna take 2 attacks on this guy.
Okay.
First attack. 14.
14 just hits.
Ooh. Okay. Second attack. 24.
That definitely hits.
So that's 2d8 plus 12 total because of the both attacks. Well, I rolled like shit. 17 points of damage.
17 points of damage. It's still in there. It's still in it.
All right. Stunning strike on the first one.
Stunning strike on the first one. Okay.
Yep, and if
DC
that one fails, I'm stunning strike on the second one. It's a con save.
DC
14.
14. Con, that's a 14 on the first roll. So it's a success.
Gotta be kidding me. Yeah.
Do you stunning strike again?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's
Come
see. For all the marbles. Okay. Let me double check its modifier again. So that is going to be a 14 as well. That's also a success.
It's okay. It's okay. It has to move
Right?
out of
This
my
one's a
range now.
super fish.
Is this one looking real bad?
Yeah, he's looking pretty rough. Yeah.
Do I have anything else?
I think you've exhausted the full action economy, I think. Unless you want to... No, you've already... You haven't used all your movement. Unless you can figure out a way to use your movement to damage.
Run into him really hard.
Would you? No, I'm kidding. That's my turn.
Okay. Alrighty, sadly, Bianca, you are stunned. I'm so sorry. So then we move on to Cecily. Cecily, what are you doing?
Well, first things first. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Just so she can figure out what the hell is going on again. So she sees all these dead bodies. You see the range there would be 90, so I think we're good. Let me check on Firebolt really quick. I believe it's a pretty far one. Yeah, Firebolt cantrip is 120, so she will go ahead and transmute to lightning using a spell point, and she will go ahead and lightning bolt, but the cantrip version, on this thing up here.
Okay.
So that's a spell attack from me. That is a dirty 20.
That's a hit.
And that is 12 points of lightning damage.
Okay, 12 doubled to 24. That is enough to do the creature in. As Typho, the creature, just explodes with this lightning energy around you as it is now dead. And with that, the creature dead, Bianca, you immediately come out of your stun. And it seems as though the threats of combat have been neutralized. So we are no longer in combat, as the Simic priest seems to be nowhere near you. As the group of you look around, there's no more threat. You can see the mangled corpse of what would have been Wicker, his head and mask now gone, just his body remains. The one thing that I will say, and I had informed all of you about this after the stream had ended last week, but just to reiterate, in those cells in the back room, in one of them, you would have been able to identify several bronze scales in that cell that you are pretty confident belong to Suni. So at some point in time, Suni was here. But with the enemies dead, none of the blood being taken away, all of your blood that came out of you is floating in this room now. I open it up to you.
This is a weird question.
Yeah.
Can I, since I still don't trust our blood just being around, can I, prestidigitate that shit away?
Yeah.
Just so there's no chance?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. That's fine.
Just because I don't trust that.
Okay. You prestidigitate the blood away.
We clean up after ourselves in this stream.
Exactly.
I appreciate it. So.
All right.
Okay, so we found Wicker, we found Suni scales. So we have a lot of information, and they're taking specimen of anybody and collecting things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And they all ran north? No one ran to that east, right? Or the right?
No,
That
this is
little
where
stairway.
That's where the priest ran, right?
the priest ran this way.
To the east.
Yeah, down that hallway.
Okay, well, who should we chase? Because they all went to go somewhere, but he took something that direction. They didn't. No one got away, right?
No one got away. Yeah. It was just the priest who took the head and mask of Wicker that way.
I feel like it might be a good idea to not let him get too far.
I could run after him.
Well, how are we doing?
Not great.
Oh, I am not doing good.
Yeah, you're gonna see Cecily walk up with just blood all over her front and running down her chin a little bit. I think after that we should maybe stick in a group as much as we can, just in case we run into more of this shit. We're all still here though, right? And she'll kind of do a glance around, just head count everybody.
Everyone's down here, including, and then she'll show the scale of Suni.
Right. Well, I say we fix up as best we can and start running after him in a group.
Surprisingly, I actually did okay. If everyone wants to rest, I can keep an eye out and make sure nothing starts coming our way.
Are you sure?
The worry with
Yeah.
resting is that thing knows we're here. Clearly knows we're a threat. If we take the time to stop now, who knows what kind of preparations they'll make or who else they'll inform.
I agree.
Well, we either rest and risk that or risk going in weak.
And I do suppose that they had time to get away, so I don't doubt that you're fast, Typho, but I don't think the rest of us can catch up, and you're not exactly in the state to take things on by yourself, I don't believe. Maybe it might be better to rest.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm not doing very good, so I wouldn't be opposed to resting. We just need to be on our guard.
I'll be alright to watch. You guys take a rest. That's me saying I have still 86 out of 95 hit points. I'm fine.
Okay.
All
right.
right. Back here.
Okay.
Yeah, so Bianca, I mean, I don't know how Madre is doing, or if she needs a rest, but she will just keep an eye out, watching, or trying to watch from every angle as best she can.
She wouldn't be against one. She'll use a couple of hit die just
So we are taking a short rest.
Yeah.
I kind of think we have to.
Yeah, I want to go after this thing, but it's had like 2 rounds to run, which I'm guessing is just, dashing away.
Yeah.
And so even if Typhus, Typho is able to, like, get that far, because what is that, like, you'd have to use key to move at, like, complete full capacity, right? Because you would just have your dash.
Yeah.
And what are you with your dash? Like,
With my dash, so I have 45 movement plus key point 90 plus dash is what, 180?
but you've only got 1 key point, right?
Yeah, currently, but I just hit the short rest button. So after short rest, I have all of them back.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just
1
best to
key
short
point.
rest, and
Yeah.
I'll also get an extra D8 for Song of Rest.
Ooh.
For all those that are using hit dice, that is.
6.
Well, that's not me.
Sweet. I'm gonna roll 6 hit dice.
Well, if we're doing that plus D8, I think I only need to roll 3 of them.
Nice.
Yeah, because I didn't get hit.
Does
up too
Suna need
bad.
a rest, or is she okay?
No, she didn't get hit at all.
Nice queen. Way to go.
Yeah.
Is there a dice thing on here? It's a lot of dice I need to roll. How do I roll dice on?
Foundry?
Unforge, you mean?
Yeah, I got
Down
it.
at the bottom
Slash
corner.
R. Oh yeah, you can click as well, but you can
I
also.
click.
All
I'm
right.
rolling 6d8 plus 18.
Oh, look at those dice. Oh, those are Torrens dice. Oh, wah, wah.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Bullshit.
you're also still Torren. No, user configuration.
Oh.
Scared me.
What was the dice we got from your healing
D8.
carousel? A D8. Oh, not GIF. Oops.
Wah.
You gotta be kidding me. Okay.
Oh my god.
Another hit
And that's
dice.
the
Oh.
difference between up and down.
Oh my god. I'm gonna roll one more hit dice, I guess. 'Cause I'm not full.
May as well use them.
Yeah.
I think everyone should be going into this full.
7. I think that puts me back to. No. God damn. I got fucked up, guys. I'm gonna roll one more.
I mean, I can also pump in a couple first level cure wounds if you don't want to use up everything.
No. It's just hit dice.
Okay.
I doubt we're gonna short rest again.
Okay. But I also super don't use my first levels that often, so.
Well, if what happens, it happens again, just like it did currently. I'm gonna need those cure wounds
Yeah.
in battle. I'm back up to full.
Okay.
I'm back up with all my key points. Not my. I don't have my sorcery points, but that's okay. I'm good.
Do I hear anything coming
Yeah,
our way at all, or are we?
as you're watching, go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. I see water. It's 7.
Yeah, you're trying your best, Bianca, to keep an eye out for anything that may be coming, listening, but it is a little hard to hear anything over that ambient noise of water churning. Or every once in a while you hear the hissing of a steam vent from one of the other rooms, but other than that, you're not super sure, sadly.
That's okay.
Okay. So,
What should we do?
Find out where the fuck he was going. Seems like the only reasonable course of action.
Is everyone
And then
good to
find
go?
Suni.
If everyone's good, we should go now. I don't know. I don't want to know what mess he got himself into this time.
Would you like me to go in front again and try to sneak ahead?
Probably a good idea if you can remain hidden. Just give a wink and have some bardic
I
inspiration
can-
when we start leaving.
I can definitely.
Passive
try.
aggressive inspiration.
All right, so Typho's gonna go ahead of the party. I guess go.
Gets
Do you want us to
inspired
move
out of
on the map, like-
spite.
Do you want Mom to go with you again, buddy system style?
Always buddy system.
okay, all right, she'll be more than happy to
Alright.
head up.
Cecily and Suna in the back as the weaklings.
Let's stay too far behind.
Me and Carousel. Wait, I thought we were going down to the right.
Wait, what? Are we? We're going
That's
up,
where I
aren't
thought
we?
the guy went.
Priest went
This is
way.
where. Yeah, he ran right up here.
Yeah, he ran up this way.
Where have you been?
Yeah, there was a big guy.
I went down to the right.
The big guy slammed into the wall down to the right, but then ran back to attack Typho. Nobody ever ran that way and stayed going that way.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Here I go.
Joe.
Carousel and I can do the peanut butter and jelly in the middle.
Joe, question.
Yeah.
So around us is not water, or it is water, but it's just breathable.
It is water adjacent. It feels like water when you move, except it's a little bit easier to move. The air is heavier, as if you had gills and could breathe water. But for those of you that can't breathe underwater, you're not drowning. So it's like the illusion of water, but it's definitely a physical feeling. It's very odd.
Question. So
Yeah.
I have shape water. Will that work on our surroundings?
Yeah, shape
And-
water would work.
And going based off of that, what I'm trying to ask is, could I somehow use shape water to like mask our stealthy approach with like kind of changing the current and using that to kind of like almost like levitate at least me through the water itself?
Yeah, I'd say I could give you advantage on your stealth check, but just yours.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're great.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. So with that, I'll have you and Mom making stealth checks.
19 for me.
It's a dirty 20 from Mom. Okay.
Oh wait, I'm gonna use that inspiration because we can't have what happened last time happen again.
No.
So that's a 22.
22. All righty.
Yeah.
So you move forward with that 22, and you can see in front of you, immediately there is a collection of what look to be treasures, items taken from other people that are just kind of stacked up in this area, as well as a couple of chests and one of those clams that you had seen in that other room down at the very bottom. This one is also shut. But you can see these items. There is seems to be a fair bit of magical wealth here. You do notice that, but you do also notice as you round the corner, there is nothing but a wall up there with one of those odd frog statues in front of said wall. But there's no other way in or out of this room other than the hallway you just came in, at least to your apparent view.
Does the frog statue actually, its eyes are glowing?
This one is, yeah.
Can I just make a look around to see if I can see any secret doors or any contraptions? Like, this guy went this way and now there's nothing here.
That's a good point. Make an investigation check.
No, 5.
5. Yeah, you look around, check for any pressure plates, but sadly you do not see anything right off the bat. I will say, even with that, you do see the footprints lead up this way, but they just kind of stop once they get to the frog.
He's going to say to, what is her name, or are we just calling her mom?
Natalia.
Natalia is her name.
He's going to look to her and say, I think we should report back to the group.
I think that is a very good idea. And two of you move back.
So there is a another one of those frog statues, except its eyes are glowing, and the footprints leading up to it seem to be from our person we're chasing.
Is it safe for us to go take a look?
I think so. There's one of those clams over there. If you remember, from below they have some like weird stuff inside. So I guess don't go near that. And also, there's like a pile of magical things. Feels more like a trap, but I mean, I'm not going to touch it. But yes, you're safe to walk over there.
Okay, we'll be careful. And then, should Caracilla, Suna, and Bianca go investigate?
I mean, I'll go too, even though I'm kind of back here right now.
I
Yeah,
just know
Tycho's
that
good.
7
sending
for
you the stories that are
investigation,
investigate me. Here we go. Oh, this is a
Tycho.
lot easier to tell
Well.
what's going on.
Where's the frog statue?
Should be right there. Right
Oh,
there.
okay. I just didn't have it. I see.
Yeah.
I also don't have the ocean. Okay.
I'd almost suggest that the frog might be some kind of doorway of sorts. The footsteps lead up to it and then suddenly disappear. I mean, there's very few reasons why that would happen.
Oh, I agree. I didn't want to touch it and just disappear like last time.
Well, there was that one at the front that I felt like I could charge up. I guess I could give this thing a go.
Is it? Because when Cecily found that thing, it's just any kind of magic, right?
Correct. Yep.
Just because Cecily's squishy.
Yeah, we could have Carasilla do it. I mean, Bianca has magic too. Bianca could do it, actually. I could cast
Like
dark.
cantrip?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm a tiefling, fam. I can do thaumaturgy.
You're
Boom.
a hardier bitch. Okay.
I can do it.
Oh.
So if something goes wrong, I can Morrowind that shit and take it.
Also, not to be that person, but during a short rest, could I have done a ritual spell to get our little telepathic bond back?
Sure.
Cool. So
I would also
we
like
can
to say,
know what happens
sorry.
just in case something happens to Bianca.
That'd be nice.
Typho can also cast cantrips, so if we need to.
Oh shit, yeah, because you got the thingers.
Do you want?
I'm the
Do you want
avatar.
I would suggest doing Typho.
Yeah, I'm expendable. Get me in there.
Yeah, but I feel like you're also better at,
Dodging.
Yeah, and I feel like you got better hit points. and shit than Bianca
Evasion.
would.
Don't forget you have it.
Yeah, please don't.
Thank you.
So go have fun. Commune with the frog, I guess. Frog friends.
He's gonna walk up to this frog statue.
Poke it in the nose. Give it a kiss.
Maybe you'll turn into a prince.
Yeah.
Okay.
I already am. Just kidding. It's gonna use shape water on it.
All right. So you shape water onto the frog, and you can see that its eyes glow brighter for just a brief moment. But you can tell, as you're casting the magic into it, it seems as though, at least initially, nothing happens. But you get the feeling that whatever you're lacking in your spell or your connection or the magic you're pouring into it seems that it can be compensated for in a different way. You sort of get this feeling that perhaps you might be able to pour magic in elsewhere for it to have an effect on this frog.
Like the other statues.
Maybe. Yeah.
God, I feel like this is so far away though. But okay, but the person didn't fuck around with any of those, right? So like, unless it's like a kind of like an object or a key kind of thing.
Well.
I mean, they might have a key to get through. I could also run to each of those frogs and cast the magic in.
We get a better look at this clam thing with the gunk in it.
Yeah, so you can see that over here, next to the chests and items, looking into where that more like membrane-like substance is, you can peer through, and it seems to be like one of those Simic Scion creatures are in here. It does.
Ew.
The strange thing is it looks more human. Like you can see that whatever creature this is, it was freshly created. Like it's almost more human. You can see that it has like the scarring and sewing on the face and arms is rather fresh. It is surgical. Like it doesn't look grotesque, you know? I mean, other than what it is, but it looks like it was done by somebody who very obviously knows what they're doing when it comes to this type of thing, especially being able to see these pieces more fresh.
So I'm just like, because there's always been a clam and a frog together, but then I don't see why that would be connected.
Do we want to have a group go stay with this frog and another group go with the other frog to put some magic in it and see if anything happens? If we can like learn anything from that?
I was gonna say that there's a frog down, like literally down here, like at the
Oh, yeah,
very
there is.
bottom of this hallway. So we could have someone be like the middleman of like being able to yell back and forth. Like, did it do anything?
Well, we have the telepathic thing from
Yeah,
Carousel.
please don't
Oh,
tell.
okay.
That's rainful
Okay.
of brains.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Typho can run down here and at least put some magic in the one that is close to the party.
May
Yeah,
I
start with that, see what
propose
happens.
the theory? Well, may I propose the theory that we just need to give this one more juice? Because you cast shape water on it, right? Is that
Yeah.
first level?
It's a cantrip.
Cantrip, right. I'm just wondering, like, I feel like the multi-statue thing is possible, but I also feel like,
But it
you know.
wasn't a thing of like it just wasn't enough juice. It was like it needs it to be to a different like point, right?
The feeling that Typho got is that what he was doing, what he was trying to do, could be done if the thing he was trying to achieve could be done if more magic had been poured in elsewhere, versus just in here.
Yeah, so it's not like a matter of just giving it more juice.
But it was also
Okay.
a cantrip, so could go either way.
Or like this one might need something more, whilst others, I don't know.
I mean, we can just give it a shot right now.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I can just throw like a third level spell at it and see if that does something. And see if there's any noticeable difference. And then if that doesn't work, then we can do the splitting up thing. I'm just a little anxious about splitting up, I guess.
Well, do you want to save your spell slots? Because Darkness is a third level spell that I can cast at will. And
Yeah, probably go with
Ooh.
that.
it's a
Oh,
third
wow,
level.
alright. Well, I guess, yeah,
Right,
might as well see if that does
right?
something.
Am I ridiculous?
Once a day. I don't think it's
Perfect.
at will.
Oh, right, once a day. But like,
Yeah.
I can. It's a third level. I can still cast, and
Mhm.
I mean, we might need darkness, but you know, it's not always helpful. So,
Yeah.
Oh god.
so I can do that real quick and see.
Yeah,
if
if you're willing to spend that, I would not mind. Just so I
Yeah,
have my
then you can
reserves.
have-
Okay.
Yeah, save up your
I
magic.
would, but I have to use key points to do anything higher than a cantrip. So
Yeah. So no worries. I'll use darkness because I don't think I'll use it any other time. Get out the way! I'm coming out. Or I can just stand next to you. Whichever. Okay. Darkness in the nose.
Okay. All right. So you use the magic that you have internally to cast darkness. The frog does absorb the magical energy. So it does expend the use of darkness, so you no longer have access to that. And you can see the eyes light up and glow where it's now there's more energy poured into it. So it may have an effect now, should something else happen, but that in and of itself does not do anything. Aside from causing the frog's eyes and some of the runes along its back to glow brighter.
And what you mean by should something else? Can Bianca figure out what? Are we missing a step, or is it literally just more? It needs more.
Is there any
Um,
kind of like Arcana check or anything we can make to like?
that's
get an
that's
idea
what I
what's
was
happening?
that's what I was just about to ask Bianca. Go ahead and make an Arcana check, because you're the one that poured your magic into the.
A nat 20.
Hey, okay. So it does seem as though there's a very specific type of magic that this frog needs. If that doesn't happen, there are other pretty much locks that need to be unlocked in order for this step to open. So it seems as though activating those other frogs probably is a necessary step if you don't have the right spell to open this up.
Oh, okay.
And it has to be
Okay.
like a certain spell, not just like a certain school.
Yeah, would I be able to tell that? Based on my check?
Yeah, due to the atmosphere and the general vibe, you can sort of put together that it's probably a specific spell.
Well, she will inform everyone else that we need to juice up other frogs then.
All right. Well, now we can do the splitty thingy.
Or we can just go all together.
I mean, divide and conquer though. At least like into two little groups, because like we know this is all like a big loopy thing. Oh, because what? Because there's like, oh, there's a bunch of frogs. There's like 3 frogs down here, and there's another little boy over here.
And there's a whole section that we haven't explored yet. To the left, right?
Hmm. Alright, cool. Well, I just say somebody stay up here to see what actually happens, and then people can go and start activating the other ones. So.
Well, I mean,
So
does
that's 3.
Assassin Mom, does she have any magic? She could stay up here.
She does not have any magic, no.
Yeah. Just keep her up there for reports and then just do a loop.
Do a little loop. Little loop.
But I guess, yeah, do we even need to split up? Because if it's a loop, everyone's going to be basically going to the same place anyway.
Cecily will follow the herd, whatever we do, and cast a spell if she has to.
Let's just go as a group. It's a fun
Well,
little
can we
group.
leave someone with Mom? So it's not, what if something happens?
Suna will stay with Mom.
Okay.
All right.
What's if anything gets too frisky? I can, like, you know, just dimension door someone else with me.
Gets too frisky.
Maybe
What do you
two
think
more.
Mom's doing with Suna? Jesus,
No, I
Gemma.
was like, risky.
Okay, which frog are you guys going to first?
That might be the funniest thing you've said in 3 years.
Wow. So glad for the 3 years we've known each other. But yeah, let's just make our way down, do a loop, come back, and then profit.
We're making our way down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make your way
Sorry,
down
the
to this
baby
frog.
Woke up.
No, you're good. You're
Bro.
good. Okay. Who's doing it?
I cast control flames, gust, mold earth, and shape water.
Oh my god.
I mean,
I
if
can
you
also do
wanna.
thaumaturgy or something.
Well, they're all cantrips anyways. Just do all of the elements. Do any of those work, Joe?
It seems as though cantrips have no effect on the
Why
frog.
do you do this?
All right,
Okay.
Caracilla, Cecily, you're up.
Yep, that's cool. I have the points right now, and it would hardly make a difference. Because I don't want to. If I cast a first or a second and it doesn't work, it'd be a lot more wasteful. So I will go ahead and just do like fucking color spray or some shit at 3rd level, and just channel that through and see if that activates it.
Okay, okay. So, Cecily, as you cast it, you can tell that 3rd level was definitely a bit of overkill. As
right.
you cast into it, the eyes do begin to glow.
Okay, she will telepath up to the others. Okay, that was a bit much. Anything happening up there?
So yeah, Natalia would say, yes, it seems like one of the runes on the back of the creature has illuminated.
How many are left?
It looks to be 5 more.
Wow. Okay. Well, if this is gonna go how I think it's gonna go, we gotta find 5 more frogs.
Let's just just mark off frogs as we go.
Right. This one.
Can
Yeah.
Typo look up here real quick? Or can we look up here, guys, real quick? Before we go further?
Yeah. You. Go look for frog.
Typo's gonna look in here.
I thought we were lumped together. When did we split? What's happening?
Well, oh good. Oh, there's a wall.
Typo just ran away.
Zero.
Okay, so then you're gonna go up this way.
Yeah.
Yes, as a
And
lump.
That's
And
not
then
lumpy lump.
I gotta do 4 here. Okay, lump.
We get trapped by the wall.
So you can see a room this way. There's a set of stairs that descends down that way as you pass up. And looking into this room, you can see a table that has what look to be tools and small contraptions, syringes and knives, hacksaws, things like that on this table that may have been used at one point in time. But you are in front of another frog.
I mean,
Well,
how are you going with sorcery points? Like, can you literally just spam all this shit in there? So I'm happy to divvy it up, but like, I feel like you're just chucking things away like it's nobody's business. So
I have 43 points left. So, and a 3rd level spell cost 5. So, if I do all of them, I will be limited for the next combat encounter. But
okay, well,
it
I
will
will take
probably
some.
be fine.
I'll take some then,
Oh.
because like
Okay.
I'm guessing, because like if that was overkill, is that with the implication that something like a first would be fine? To
Yeah,
use?
let me try a first on this one, and then we can start splitting up from there if that works. Just because I think it's worse if you waste a slot than I do, with the way I have the point system working.
Okay.
So I'll just try a 1st level color spray this time.
Okay, first level,
See if that does it.
the eyes illuminate.
All right, perfect.
Nice.
So yeah, we can just split them up from here. And Cecily will leave investigating this room to people that have intelligence bonuses.
And I want to
Um,
take a little sticky peek.
Yeah, I'll take a look around too.
The 4 of you enter. You can see in this way there is a man of some kind sitting down, his legs crossed in front of a dancing spectacle of flames. Each fire just sort of hopping from one to the next, the next, the next, in a meditative stance. You can see these large ears sort of point back. These like frills on the top of his head. This deep, deep, deep blue skin, and these scales on the back of his head, wearing robes of brown with this armor sort of strapped to his sides, as you see someone very similar to this.
And they're just, do they notice us, or they're just like deep in meditation?
They're deep in meditation.
Sick. Let's not provoke that.
I know, I was like, should we just like slowly back away and come back to this
Yeah.
after we get the other
Yeah.
frogs? Like a Scooby-Doo movie or some shit. Like,
So you step
We
in,
should
it's
go
up to you.
down.
It's up to you. What do you want to do?
Alright,
We
what
should
do
get this guy out of meditation.
Yeah, no, let him do his thing. I mean, does he seem to be meditating on anything specifically? Or is it just like, this is just the thing he does? Like, because you know how like there's like certain meditations, like he's like actively, you know, trying to like empower or do something with that.
No, it just seems to be in almost like a trance. He's not humming or saying anything. He is just incredibly still. The only movement in that room is the flame jumping from candle to candle.
Okay. So yeah, we could just leave him.
for now.
Oh yeah, we'll be back. Or should we just talk to him? Because we're here.
I don't know if that's gonna be a thing that we want to do.
I don't know.
Which I guess He's meditating. This could go really badly if I just do a detect thoughts on him and just get
Yeah.
back to nothing.
Yeah, I would.
Hey, since we know what's happening up top now, do we want to telepath Suna and Mom to like come here, and then maybe we can make that decision? Because I feel like now that we know that we need to just activate 4 more frog things, we might as well be teamed up again.
Yeah. That's actually probably not a bad idea.
Okay. They come down.
Cool. And
Now,
now,
assassinate, slit his throat.
Oh my god.
my vote is now that we can more safely see what's going on here, if we wish to.
Yeah, I mean. So we still want to just completely ignore this guy? Is that the go?
I guess if we get all the frogs, and then we do teleport, we never talk to this guy. Or we could get all the frogs, talk to this guy, and then teleport.
But the real
I just
question is,
like-
do we want to talk to this guy?
Well, I thought we would.
So I could make us friends for a minute. That's a cantrip I have.
That's interesting if that works.
That is interesting if that works.
Because I
If
mean,
it-
I don't believe that this guy is gonna be good for us. Like, he's free, he's here. Like, sure, he's doing a meditative thing and being all peaceful now, but like, I feel like it's
But
very clear
could
he's
we-
with fish people, right?
With talking to him, could we figure out where Suni is? And like maybe figure out better what's going on? Because like we have like objectives, but I mean I'm still lost.
I vote engage with him. And if it goes poorly, we're all here, so...
I think I want to engage with him too.
Okay. So... Because I could, if we just want to know where Suni is, could probably just get that through a suggestion, which I could easily just do. And he is a meditative boy, so I don't know if he's going to have a high wisdom, but, you know, we can fix that.
He
All I
definitely
got
has
is
some.
kick the shit out of him.
Well, let's hold on
I
that.
mean, meditating does imply that he would have pretty good
I've also got
mind
antibiotic,
strength. That's true.
so I could potentially get rid of any bonus he'd have to wisdom.
But what if we wait to see if he's gonna attack us? What if this is the guy? But it's not, right? Because we kind of know from that. Well, maybe we don't know, but
Yeah, that would be meta. I don't think we would know what this person's significance is at all.
Yeah. Like, he could just be one of the surgeons, because, like, all the gear's right here and he's here. Like,
that's true.
he's
That's
taking a
true.
break.
Little meditative break. Well, Carasilla, you're the bard. If we are still down to engage with him, I trust your decision in whichever way you would like to start that engagement.
I do just want to say one thing. Cecily, before you came in here, you did read on those stones. All are welcome. The Ancient One will rest should he not be disturbed. His meditation and vow of silence will keep him peaceful.
Shit.
Oh my god.
See,
Kick his
Okay,
ass.
let's not do this.
you can do whatever you want. Cecily, that happened 12 hours ago. And all of you were there 12
Right.
hours ago.
Oh my god, I completely forgot about that.
I forgot
Hey.
to.
He's very
No, that's-
meditative-y, so
I-
maybe not.
appreciate the reminder, because that is definitely an instance in which Cecily would recall something that I
Totally.
You
Okay.
can still talk to him.
I don't want to anymore.
I don't want to anymore either.
He's... Yeah. Does he look like he could be some, like, I guess, ancient thing? Like,
How do you like? What is?
does he look crusty?
You know, when our eyes hover over him, there's a title above his head that says Ancient One. Like in the game, you know, we see it above his head right now.
I mean, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, surely there'd be signs. Like, if this is, you know, this thing that has been in this meditation for a long time, like, surely you'd be able to see, like, I don't know, it's watery, so, like, I guess there's not gonna be, like, any, like, dust or shit. But, like, you know, like, he's not, like, some fresh young thing, right? And it's clearly well established.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it is hard to tell because you can see on top of the fires there are smaller steam vents that are also in there that are providing this just sort of very natural heated air in this room. So he doesn't necessarily look old, but he is in a meditative state. And I will say that a lot of the other things that are in this temple that are in this area, certain things have been retrofitted with new equipment, whether they be more modern chests, steel cages and doors. In certain areas, the tools, the tables in this room specifically are newer as well. Everything in this room past the threshold of the doorway is very old, is very archaic. The man himself doesn't look that old, but the interior itself looks to match the temple. Just like how I said, the symbol that you saw, Cecily, was like that basic stone plate that was very old, but that metal had been placed over top of it, that was much newer. This area has a lot of similar feelings as that, as there was newer things that were sort of built on top of the older thing, but that room has not been touched at all.
Yeah, I say we definitely leave him at least, but I'm also just like, shit starts going bad, maybe we could use him as a bomb. Like, if he's gonna get so aggro or whatever the shit, if his peace is disturbed, then that could maybe be a thing we could use.
It's good. It's definitely good knowledge to have where he is, for sure, and the possibilities of what happens if he is disturbed. So, yeah, I also vote. Let's not talk to him anymore, and let's go find the other froggies.
Slowly back away.
Scooby-Doo style.
Okay. Alrighty. Which way are you exiting?
I don't know what I mean when I say that, right?
Scooby-Doo style? Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm like, am I freaking insane? Okay.
So the stairs the way you came or down?
Would it be a bad idea to go down? Because we haven't really been through
No.
it. I know we kind of like looked into it, but, you know.
No, I think we should see what's maybe up here in this little corner, just in case.
I'm having such a hard time seeing anything.
Your poor computer.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what everyone's talking about.
Okay. As all of you get in here, as you leave the other room, Carasilla, Bianca, and Suna, I need the three of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh. Okay.
That's not good for Suna.
It's a
Well.
13.
Oh no, a 9.
Oh, okay.
Grasped by vines.
Suna was also a 13. As the three of you on that side, you're walking near the table. The three of you are just very slowly moving past it, trying to keep an eye out for what's in front of you and hopefully doing nothing to disturb the Ancient One. However, Bianca, as you are making your way through there, whether it be because of the sword on your hilt, it does knock into that table. And as it knocks into that table, you try your best to grab what looks to be this set of tools that are about to fall off as they begin to drop down towards the ground. You attempt to try and grab them, but sadly you are just not fast enough, as there is this crash of metal on metal clanging in this room, echoing throughout the chamber. And what I would like is Gemma, I'd like you to roll a D100 for me.
Oh my god.
Why must you put this on me? But so, are we this far down? Like, if it was by the table, are we perchance a little bit further up, maybe?
Wait, where is the ancient one?
Okay. So with that, as all 6 of you just turn your heads to look back after that large crash, you can see the head slowly begin to look backwards.
Very important then. Are we really this far back? Like, if it was by the table? Or forward, I guess?
Here then, I'd say.
It's because distance matters to me.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, that's just enough. Because if I may...
Wait, are we in the room with the ancient one? I'm so sorry. I'm really trying to figure out where everything is.
We're like in a hallway between.
Ah, there he
So we
is.
still have-
I found him. I figured it out.
So he's about 80 feet away from you right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And with that large amount of clanging that fell to the ground, you can see him slowly stand and turn to face all of you.
Can I quickly get a calm emotions? He's just in range because it's 60 feet and then a 20-foot radius.
Calm emotions, go ahead and drop that in the chat.
This. Yeah.
Okay. Let me look something up real quick.
Please.
Framed. Okay. So that's going to be a charisma saving throw.
DC 16.
He is proficient. 6. Okay. So that's a failure.
Okay. So he's calm at least. So I'm
He
not
is calm
disturbing
for
his
right
pee.
now. He's still standing.
Yeah, that's okay. But he can still be peaceful, you know.
Okay. At the... So you have your turn, you cast the spell. Are you doing anything else in that moment?
I don't know what to do until I get a read on this guy, so I suppose I'm just waiting to see what he does first.
Okay. At the start of his turn, he's going to use the monk feature Stillness of Mind to end an effect that is making him be charmed or frightened.
Or does it count as a charm? Lol.
Yeah, it does. So he ends the effect, and he slowly starts to walk forward 15 feet towards all of you.
Didn't mean to disturb you. Though it's clear that we have.
He walks 15 more feet.
Typho's going to walk right here.
What's his? Does he have any expression on his face right now?
Completely
Can I get
neutral.
any kind of read?
You can make an insight
Oh, I
check if
hate
you want.
this. I'm gonna do it anyways. I probably got to get an insight. What's my
I would
insight?
like to
Plus
make an
6?
insight
Okay.
check too.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
a
God.
16.
16?
Oh, I lost a dice.
No.
Nope. I rolled a 2 plus 6. So that's an 8. Nope.
Okay. Anybody else?
I don't know if mine would make a difference. I'll try.
I'm good.
You
I
said
got a plus
insight.
1.
I have
Yeah.
plus 0. Hey, an 8.
An 8. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is emotionless, just a stone from head to toe.
So that means he's not disturbed.
Nope.
He was just notified. We're
15 more feet.
fine. Oh my god.
I just get myself. I know it's not my turn. I don't know if we're doing this as a turn thing, but I just want to get in front of the party. If I'm going to be a party face, I should probably face.
I will let you come forward.
Am I able to just
Yep.
Well, that's a roll. Let's take that go. Yeah. is that for a tie
Maybe
freeze? That sounds like a
no,
terrible idea.
maybe don't do that.
I don't want to make it seem like we're threatening at all. Is the thing.
You could totally stand next to me and not be threatening.
You're a threatening guy.
I'm a skinny old monk.
Okay. All right. Carasilla, as he gets up 5 feet away from you.
Yeah, I'll just have kind of like, arms not like out, but like obviously like I'm not trying to pull anything. And just kind of like, I guess, nod towards him as he's coming up. Like, yes, I am friendly, don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, as he gets up to you, as you're standing in his way, from his perspective, does a 17 hit?
It does. I don't know what the fuck. In his way, though. In his way of what?
His clam friends on the other side.
So that's 15 points of bludgeoning damage. As quicker than anything you've ever seen, there is a quick flash and crack into your neck as there's this karate chop that comes down, and you can feel the stress. And unless you do anything, he's attacking again.
Yeah,
I
Typho's
mean-
gonna.
I will step out of the way of that if it's like a, he's trying to get through kind of shit. I wouldn't go there, Typho, because I'm just like, I will just step to the side, like, let him have passage.
Well,
And we'll probably relay that to the rest of the party, just let him through. Like telepathic bond thingy. Make it less awkward.
yeah, no.
Can I? Does this
I
guy
just-
look like he's just trying to walk past us, or does it look like he's aggressive now?
No, he's fixed on Carasilla now.
Okay,
As
yeah,
Carasilla,
Typho's gonna
you-
walk up. I'm hitting this guy.
Okay, all right. So he still has another 2 attacks against Carasilla just from bonus action. So Carasilla, that one's definitely a miss. That was really low. And then the third attack with the bonus action, that's a 29 to hit.
Yeah. I'm also just like, I really don't want to hit this guy back. So I don't know if I will be able to, but like, if Typho goes up to hit, like, I'll definitely put a hand out, just like, no, don't do that.
And then that's 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Am I able to get any kind of read now that he's actually doing shit?
It's so strange. You can make another insight check, but just from your passive insight, there's no emotion. Like, it's just these quick jabs that either hit you in the neck or in the stomach, that as soon as he withdraws, he's back into a neutral position.
That might do something, because that's a 16 plus...
It's like a
what's my
robot.
Insight. Okay, that's like 6, so that's 22.
22. Okay, with a 22, I would say with a 22, you can gather you've disturbed his rest, and he wants you to leave.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, start walking backwards, I guess. Hopefully gesturing for Tactical, just like, get back.
Okay.
and hopefully take people with me as well if they get the hints.
Yeah, I mean, if Carousel is like, back up, Bianca will start to pull people, and we're gonna leave.
Okay, so all of you back up and leave then?
Yeah.
Okay. If you move at your movement speed, you'll move faster than him, at least 30 feet. But he is still, as long as you are in here, he is just following you.
That's so stressful.
So now he's like the thing from It Follows.
He's like,
So once we,
what's
even
that
if
guy
we
from
move out,
Halloween who just walks?
Yeah, so even regardless of what room you move into, he is following you. I will say, do all of you eventually move out of the kelp room?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
imagine we're just gonna
Yeah.
keep
Okay.
him going.
As soon as you get to this frog over here, it seems as though he stopped following you.
Okay. Maybe the frogs keep him blocked in. I don't know.
I mean, was
Weird.
it about the frogs or was it about the area, like, we're now leaving his area?
He's just gone
I
now.
don't know.
Cecily's just, her hands will be shaking a little bit with the stress and just... Look, whether or not that thing wakes up or gives a shit about us, let's just do these statues and get to Suni. It's already woken up.
Okay. So as you get to this frog, you channel the magic into it.
Yeah, I could do this one again, and then Carousel if you want to like take the rest or whatever.
Yeah,
If
sure.
that seems like a fair trade. See, I'll do a first level slot
Okay. All right.
into
You
this one.
activate that one. You move over here. And doing the same thing over here, you activate this one. Okay. And then as you get over here, what is the marching order going forward?
Typho's gonna be in front.
Okay, so Typho, Carasilla, and then pretty much this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Be
Cecily
more
take
so
that.
behind Typho than, like,
Am I in
adjacent,
a
but yeah.
wall right now? I can't see anything.
You must be. It's okay, I'll move you out. So as
Wow.
it's marching order here.
Okay,
Yeah, that
so
looks
how are
good to
you
me.
doing after being hit?
I'm at 37, so I'm still okay.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'd want to be behind Typho. So I guess
because we can swap. Me and Carasilla.
that could also work. I was just gonna say, like, I don't know if this is just a single file thing. Like, at least in this
I
section,
don't
Typho could
know.
just move up.
Yeah,
Right.
we can do that.
Yeah. But that works.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So as you move forward, right there, Typho, as you're the first person to walk forward, sitting in one of those cells, immediately as you wrap around the corner, there are these 3 rapid jabs and attacks towards you, Typho, from the Ancient One.
All right, guy.
21,
That hits.
22,
Hits.
15. That's a miss.
Yes. Not much
Guys, I think we need to run to get these frogs and then run and teleport.
All right.
I mean,
I'm
unless we
gonna-
think we want
I'm
to
gonna
fight
hit
this guy.
You guys go get the frog.
Oh my god, you're not fighting it, are you?
Dude, this guy just hit me like.
We don't
Twice.
want to disturb it, though. Like, I worry that if we disturb this thing, like, it's clearly not just going to be a guy that attacks sometimes. Like, I don't think people would,
What-
like,
What do you
create
think?
a
He's
whole ass
sleepwalking?
thing. Well, I think, you know, he's awoken but not, like, disturbed, right? Like, we haven't, like...
Consider his
awakened him.
meditation
I feel like he's disturbed. I feel like he's disturbed. He's hitting shots. He's landing blows.
You take 22
But I
points of
just-
bludgeoning
I feel
damage.
Like there has to be something more than this.
Okay, well,
I just don't think
he's gonna. Keep
we can
following
take him. If there's runes, ancient things written about this guy.
Yeah, I
Right?
don't think this is a thing that we can just, have Typho just 1v1 as we do the other things. Like, I don't think that's a good idea. Like, I don't think we should attack him.
I can try and do my. It's a monk though, but wait, no, because well, that was charm. Because I could try and do my thing again and make his movement speed 0, but it's not for very long, so we need to like fucking hurry.
And you also have to hurt him first, right?
Nope, I don't have to.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Nope. I have to hurt myself if I want it to be stronger.
Okay.
Alright, well, let's do that and then start dashing.
Okay, I'm going to try.
Blood
Try
curse
and hit him,
binding.
stun him.
Yes.
They don't want you to hit him, John.
I want to kick this guy's ass.
Strength saving throw, DC 16.
Okay,
He's a
strength saving
monk,
throw.
So hopefully he's more dexy than anything else. But...
I mean, he's pretty good at everything, but that's a natural 2, so that's going to be a failure.
Nice. Run! Run to the
Okay.
frogs!
He
Fucking
immediately,
run!
as he's going for like a jab, like up the throat towards Typho, as soon as it gets to like your chin, you can feel the like cold fingers up against your throat right before the damage was about to happen. You can see him freeze in a moment where all of you have a brief second to run.
Yeah, I scream run, and then let's just go. And let me look it up so that I can let you know when he makes saves and stuff. But yeah, just
Okay.
run.
I also will, because it's only an action, and speaking, it was only brief, but I imagine, like, pretty soon after Bianca does that whole thing, just in case, just do a universal speech, so it can definitely understand me, because I guess if this is, like, an old thing, like, I don't know, language barriers, and just, I guess, as we're heading, just back at him, we don't mean to cause any disturbances or harm. All are welcome, are they not? We're just here for a friend. Then we'll be leaving.
Okay, make a persuasion check.
Yeah. That is a 22.
22. Okay. All right. Good to know. So you get to the other frog. He's still frozen in that moment as you get there. Carousel, you're the one putting the spells in there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. First level spell slot.
Whereas not marking out my spell slots. Okay.
He was down here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Typho's gonna fall to the back now because the guy's behind us.
Okay. Alrighty. It's a strength saving throw at the end of each one of his turns, so that'd be about 6 seconds there.
Yeah, so, well, actually at the end of my turn. Wait.
Oh yeah, it'd still be the 6 seconds, so it'd be...
Yeah, it'd be
your
like
turn now.
Okay. So that's a natural 3, so that's still a failure, so he's still frozen.
Run!
Alright,
Yeah.
run, we got one left.
Run. Oh no.
So we have
As we're running, I'm going to cast Mold Earth right here and make it difficult terrain.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Okay. All right, so you affect that. Now, as all of you enter this area with steam vents, this area is ridiculously hot. It feels so warm. There's so much hot air in this area that you feel your skin like practically melting off your body. Like it is ridiculously hot in here. So you quickly move through, molding that earth, preventing him from following you as soon as you get out. It is easily traversable. You make your way to the last frog, and you activate it. And with that, you can see a glow emanating from this hallway down here. As you are now able to move quickly down the hallway. I'm going to make one more strength saving throw. That is another failure. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Nice.
As he is still stuck there. And as all of you get down here, you can see that all of the runes on this frog are glowing brightly, emanating this cascading brace of colors. I will also say that as you pass, just because you had seen it earlier, there are a handful of items there that I quickly will describe as you're sort of walking by, getting ready to go in there. You can see what look to be like 3 ear cuffs that would sit on top of your ear like jewelries, 2 potions, what looks to be a stone with runes carved into it, a satchel of some kind, and then you also see a very finely crafted rapier, a very finely crafted weapon.
We should take it all.
Yeah. Stash and grab.
Well,
Everyone. Sorry.
probably at least the potions. We can just do a quick scoop and then keep moving quickly, though. Don't.
Can we each take one item and then go?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. We can deal with
I'll
things
take-
later.
I'll get the ear cuffs.
Okay. Typho's got the ear cuffs. Who's got the
Potions.
potions?
Yeah.
Bianca's got the
Yeah,
potions.
I'll take one of the potions. There was another potion thingy, right, with the runes. I guess I'll take that.
So that was just a stone. All right. You got the stone.
Okay. All right, I'll take a stone.
The
Here,
satchel.
Scylla, you got the rapier.
Yeah.
All right. Mom's got the satchel.
Nice.
All right.
Look at
All right. You move in. As you get there, that's a natural 20 on that save, as he can now freely begin to move closer.
Can I say that I was also, just as we were going, molding earth and making more difficult terrain?
just constantly churning the ground in an effort to make it harder for him to follow. Yeah, for sure. Okay, all right. So there's one
Alright.
final. The frog needs to be activated.
Oh shit!
I'll do this one since Caracella's been casting stuff.
One more
I'll
first
just
level
pump
spell
it up.
slot.
Yep, just 2 more
Okay.
spell points in there. Boop.
With that, you can hear the ground behind, or the wall behind the fish begin to churn and split open as you see a secret passageway open behind all of you. And I'm going to move you all as one unit just because the hallway's pretty narrow. So you can see what is through the narrow passageway. You can see this resplendent area of the temple. You can see a set of stairs that head down into this highly technical area. You can see this, as opposed to glowing red, this glowing green emanation coming from down there. And you can see all these pipes and tubes and metal fasteners moving through these hallways down into this area. So as you get there, seeing the area behind you, you hear the stone wall behind you close, as all of you have a choice, really in one choice, to go deeper. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break right there just because we've been going for a while. So we'll take a break right there, and then we'll be back at 56 minutes for the rest of these sessions. So thanks for watching so far, and we'll see you when you get back. Burn-ow-now-now. We're back. So John let us know over the break. Sadly, he had to step away because his daughter was having some issues and he needed to go take care of those. So, John, know that there are no hard feelings. These things come up. Nope, don't worry about it, dude. So I can handle Tytho from here. So with that, we'll go ahead and dive back into our session. So picking up where we left off, our party, after traversing through this underwater temple, were able to find the tools needed or the necessary components to opening up a secret passage leading deeper into this temple. Now, sadly, on their journey through there, they started to be harassed by this entity known as the Ancient One, an entity that they originally had planned on potentially just talking to, but realizing that might not be a good idea because of what the signs said on the or what the runes said on different rocks up above the lake, they decided that maybe wasn't the best idea. Now, the party now, having evaded the Ancient One for the most part, traversing through that secret passageway, collecting a few magical items on the way, they now head deeper into this temple. Now, as I said before, as you're heading through the temple, you can see that this area seems to be one of the older places, but it is almost entirely retrofitted with new equipment, whether it be metal on any of these statues, sort of as embossing it or enhancing it. You can also see all of these metal contraptions and tubes leading into this central hallway that descends down and further in to this underground area. So with that, as the six of you enter, my question to all of you is, what do you want to do?
I mean, can we... So there's 2 frog statues, and you said, like, tubing and stuff. Like, what's going on? Is there anything we can figure out, like, with those frogs versus, like, the new stuff and equipment in this old ancient room and everything?
Go ahead and make an investigation check, see if there's anything you can pick up from while you're in here.
Okay. I mean, we can assume it's, you know, the obvious stuff, like it's part of the mutate guy whenever we find him. But
I can also help on that investigation if you would like it.
I would love it.
Give you that advantage.
Woohoo!
Ooh, woo.
First one is a 14. The second one's an 11, so 14.
14, okay. Looking around, like I said, it seems as though the frogs and the magic within them, these statues, are an older type of like archaic magic that is built in with the structure that's already here. These plates and the tubing, some of the tubing, while made out of metal, does have these like pieces of glass in certain areas where you can see what's feeding through. The material itself is this sort of like dull green, like greenish blue liquid. It almost looks like sludge, where it doesn't fill these tubes entirely. It has this very thick, viscous material, almost with like chunks in it, that are just slowly being pulled deeper and deeper into this temple. I can definitely say it's unlike any material that Bianca's familiar with, even though she did operate an alchemy store for a while. It's just so different than anything she's seen before.
That's
I mean,
so
just does it look like? Cause like with the civic stuff, does it look related to that?
Like what you've seen so far?
Yeah, since we saw like the civic shit and the like clams and all that, like does it look like it could be connected to that?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
gross.
Soon you're gonna be pumped with this shit.
Maybe. Mutant Suni.
Cecily will
might-
take the opportunity before they go down just to figure out what the hell she picked up. Seems like it might be important.
So, I mean, I will go ahead and have you, so are you attuning to it?
I would like to see if she can figure out generally what it does before she attunes to it, but as long as it's not harmful, I guess so.
Yeah,
I
making
definitely have the slot for it.
I'll say, make an Arcana check.
I mean, doesn't an attunement take an hour?
Yeah, but we can kind of.
We're not. Okay, I was
You
just
know,
like,
we
we're not
can
planning
kinda-
on spending that long up here, are we?
No, same as how you can use like heroic short rest. We can do a heroic attunement where it only takes 10 minutes as you're walking down a corridor.
Okay. It's just like, I don't know if we want to pause too long, but yeah, no, that's good.
Right. I mean, I guess also, what the potions, are they healing potions? Are they other kinds of healing potions?
Bianca, go ahead and make an alchemy tools check with advantage, since you're very familiar with this.
Hey! I need
So-
to find that shit.
Just before I get lost here, I rolled a 6.
Okay.
So
As far as you can tell, Cecily, it has a positive effect of some kind. With your limited knowledge of the arcane, the rune on the rock seems to symbolize luck, which is something you're very familiar with. But other than that, you're not exactly sure.
all right, let's go.
All right, I'm going to add it to your inventory, and you attune to it, which is a stone of good luck, a luck stone. So, while it's on your person and you're attuned to it, you get +1 bonus to all ability checks and saving throws.
I'm okay. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
No complaint.
that's a good one. Yeah.
I have no idea where the alchemy tools are.
It would just be your, let's see, I believe intelligence modifier and your proficiency bonus. So yeah, it'd be +8.
Okay. +8? Okay, I'll just roll something that has a +8. Investigation again.
Cool.
23!
23. You are able to.
Athletics is a 0 now. Ooh.
You can identify. No, you're good. That these are potions of heroism. So, from Bianca's knowledge of the alchemical recipes book that she has, for about an hour after drinking it, not only do you gain 10 temporary hit points, but you are also under the effect of the bless spell. No concentration required. You can see that it is a blue potion with bubbles and steam within the inside as if it was boiling. So it is the bless and 10 temporary hit points for an hour.
That's awesome. But there's only one.
There are 2 potions.
Oh, that's the first one. Or
Both
no,
of them-
they're both
both of-
two of the same thing.
Both of them are the same. Yeah.
Okay. So sorry.
it's all
I
good.
will
It's all good, man.
hand it off, one of them off to Carasilla right now.
Okay.
Just for now.
Yeah, don't,
But yeah.
I'm not gonna use it until I feel like I have to, but sure, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Okie dokie
I just didn't
dokie.
want to hold on to both. That felt weird. So.
Nah, man, be greedy. Take everything.
You want
Potion.
tears? Circle it.
All right. You got a potion of heroism in your inventory. Carasilla.
You are.
Okay. Alrighty.
Nice. I mean, I guess we keep moving then. Yeah.
Unless, you want to, Carasilla, you could also choose to attune to your rapier if you'd like.
I don't know how I feel about that just without knowing what it is first.
You're better at Arcana than me, right?
Yeah, I guess. Can I do a check? I guess just to get a better idea of what it is.
Yeah, make an Arcana
Mainly,
check.
Is it cursed? Let's hope not. That's a 21.
21. So with a 21, you can see that this is a blade that has been used frequently in battle. It is battle worn. It is beautiful in construction. It is a very, very thin blade, as most rapiers are, but you can see that the guard is this like beautiful, like gold and gem flower that just seems to be opening up into your palm. that is just absolutely decadent and so incredibly gaudy. But like just enough to look like delightful, but not so gaudy that it's like unusable. It's been used very often, and you can tell that it's a fairly useful magical item where it seems as though double check something here real quick. It seems as though this blade with a 21, it allows you, under certain circumstances, to attack, even when it's not your turn, to lash out, sort of like in a riposte situation, almost. With a 21 Arcana, that's kind of what you're getting.
Yeah, I mean, she's just gonna be investigating this thing, kind of like almost laughing to herself. But yeah, she'll shoot to it.
Nice. Okay, go ahead and add this to your equipment. As you attune to this rapier, you do now here's the thing about Arcana checks versus Identify. Arcana checks don't tell you if an item's cursed or not.
Am I cursed?
Identify does. So as you do that, you can see that thing that you were feeling, that aggression, that willingness to lash out when it's not your turn, what originally you thought would be a riposte, as you attune to the weapon, you hear a voice in your head, Carasilla. A man with a thick Tarkirian accent, to which you would recognize from living in Bromsgrove. You hear him speak to you from the blade.
You wield my blade now? Do you promise to help me find vengeance against the man who killed me?
Don't like that.
My body has been malformed, misshapen, grafted. He turned me into a monster, and I wish nothing more than to see him dead.
He being the person behind all this, then?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, okay, a spooky sword. I guess we could do something.
Good. Thank you for helping me achieve this.
No worries, I suppose.
Can we hear the sword, or is that just Carasilla talking to her sword?
It's all telepathic. So you see Carasilla kind of,
Just making faces.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine at the beginning it was like a, man, I really shouldn't be laughing at this. But as it's going on, it's more so just I don't, what the fuck is this?
All right.
You good?
I'm good.
You sure? Because I just got a really cool rock, and you look a little disappointed.
Oh, I think my soul's Tarkirian.
Where?
I mean, maybe. I'm not super aware of style, like, craft and everything, so.
Oh, no. There's definitely a previous user that's done something to this thing and was talking to me.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, wow. That sounds terrible.
We'll see.
Or cool. I mean, whatever. Are we ready? We should probably go.
Yeah. How do we want to move forward? Do we like
Go
the
with the
three?
front.
Column's a 3.
I think typo.
I mean, oh, hold on. This is a terrible configuration.
I mean, I was
Yeah, I was gonna say,
okay.
get Typho to the front. Yeah, okay.
Here we go.
That seems cool. I like that.
Cool.
Maybe replace Assassin Mom with Carousella. Swap them around.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Interchangeable.
Okay. All right. You head in deeper.
Let's go. What's next? What
All
could we
right.
find?
As you begin to crawl down this hallway, eventually it does get narrow. Not narrow enough that you need to change your configuration, but narrow enough that you are shoulder to shoulder walking down this hallway. There is this churning of liquid and sludge all around you. If anyone in this party has a little bit more problems with claustrophobia, it's getting bad because eventually there is nothing but this dull green light that is just ever present around you. It is just terribly uncomfortable. And it just is just ever present. This just feeling of darkness in front and behind, no sight of anything in front or behind you. But what you do, the thing that is always around you is that churning, that sloshing of these thick liquids within these pipes, something pulling them closer and closer to wherever you're going. After about 20 minutes of walking down this corridor, eventually it does open up into a maybe 3-level area. You can see these pods, much nicer and much more medical, I guess is the best word, than the clams that you saw previously. Whatever magic or craft was used on those has been refined here. You can see maybe 15, 20 of these pods, maybe 5 per level, 5 to 8 per level, that are currently have individuals in them. Individuals with grafted body parts, these massive crab claws, the tentacles, matching the creatures you've seen so far, but each person individually different. Each one of these things that have been grafted or created were created from a person. These aren't just random monsters created by just magic. These are people that have been altered physically and magically to be different. And you can see at the very bottom, laying atop a table, is a half-clothed, partially missing scales all over his body, Suni, completely unconscious. So all of you enter the growth chamber.
Ew, gross.
Hey, Bob.
Okay. So as all of you enter, seeing Suni, what do you want to do?
I mean, what kind of unconscious is Suni right now? Like, he's hurt unconscious or, like, knocked out unconscious?
Hurt and exhausted.
Okay.
I mean,
And there's no one else in here? As far as we're aware?
Aside from the creatures that are in the pods.
Yeah, I mean, Carousel would want to make her way over to him to heal him.
Yeah. This entire area retrofitted with metal and railing. This is a very, for all intents and purposes, seemingly a very high-tech fantasy area. The lights aren't candles, but they look to be more like these magical flames, or not candles or a flame at all. They just are these magical lights embedded into sheets of glass that just kind of glow down on the area, providing the sickly luminance everywhere you are as you look around. So you head over to the left, and you're able to head down a set of stairs that go back and forth until you eventually approach on the ground level, and you can see Suni there.
Yeah, so I'll just pump in a third level to him.
Okay. Okay, so 10 points of healing. He doesn't wake up, but he is at least stabilized.
Does he look like he was magically put under or something?
Yes, it definitely, you can tell the traces of arcane magic here. But on top of that, you can see these small scars on his arms and on his neck where it seems like injections had been made as well. But you can see his entire left side. So from his left arm all the way up to his shoulder and just the entire left side of his chest, back and arm, all of the scales have been removed from that part of his body.
Oh my god.
Does it seem like a dispel magic would be able to end his, I guess, unconsciousness, or is it still like that exhaustion thing as well?
It's mostly the exhaustion at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I won't use that up. Be able to, I guess, from moving closer into that table where he is, I guess just look around, check for any, I guess, other entrances and make sure that no one else is gonna encroach.
Yeah. So as you begin looking around, go ahead and make an investigation check first and foremost.
Can I help Carasilla?
Yeah, sure.
Advantage.
Oh, that looks nice because that's an 18 then. Investigation, not perception.
Well, are you just scanning or are you actually looking around the room physically?
Well, I mean, I guess more looking around.
Okay, then perception.
Oh,
Yeah,
I don't think
okay.
I can give you advantage with that. Sorry, fam.
Oh, that's okay, because I think that first roll was 12. And then I've got a 6 to perception, so 18.
18? Okay. You can see that there is a very similar passage mirroring the one that you came from on the opposite side of the room, headed further deeper into a corridor of some kind. In terms of right now, would you say 18?
Yeah.
18, you do hear footsteps coming from that direction.
I'll just ask, I guess, Typho, maybe Assassin Mum as well, to kind of like, at least watch out for it, but probably Typho be there for like, you know, if anything comes, first line defense.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Cecily obviously is not strong enough to pick Suni up, but she will start looking to see if there's places to untie him, or if he's bound in any way, or locked, or anything like that.
Yeah, there are metal clamps keeping his arms and legs where they're at.
Alright. She will just try her best to start working on those if she can, because her plan is definitely to get him and run currently.
Yeah, good plan.
Where do we see his stuff anywhere? Because you said he's half naked, so
Yeah, there
he's
is
like
a
sword and everything.
Yeah, there's a small chest off to the left-hand side of him, and you can open that chest and see that his equipment is in there.
Okay, I'll grab that. And then help Cecily out with the binds.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any, if they're like hard to undo, but if they are, I could try to melt the metal with acid, I guess. But if she can just undo them, then obviously I'll just do that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can easily figure out a way to sort of break them open without having to risk hurting Suni at all.
Okay.
Now, if our plan is to just carry him out as quickly as we can, I want to be, I guess, near him just in case anything's happening to hopefully get an emergency dimension door. So I guess she'll also like help carry him out. I don't think she can do it by herself. She's too weak for that shit.
Okay.
But yeah.
Typho might be the strongest one now. See what my strength is.
Yeah, but I worry about using him up to carry when he could attack. So I feel like he's the best front for that, and I feel like if someone else helps Carousel, or like, you know, we would be able to.
Yeah, we're not really a strength party at the moment.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
But they're-
I mean, yeah, Bianca can help Carasilla carry him.
Yeah, let's go. And totally make it out. No other interactions. Let's go.
Okay.
Well, we're not looking for Wicker. We're just leaving this.
Shit. I mean, Suni's clearly very injured is the thing.
Yeah,
We can
I
always
would
come
say.
back. Because we can, as far as we can understand, like, we'll be able to get back, right? Like, we've got the, like, necklace or whatever it was, like, the key for the big old door. Like, it's not going to be ideal, but it's not like it's a, we have to do this now or never, as far as we're aware.
Right. Well, Dimension Door, can you get out everybody?
It would just be me and Suni.
Okay.
Because I'm just like, if he's unconscious, he's not going to be able to do shit. And,
Right.
like, if I'm able to get him at least further away, that gives a chance for everyone else to dash.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's my plan there. I'm just like, says he can't move, and, you know, dashing,
No, that's-
carrying
I
another person, it would not be great.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to. I just walking through it. Okay, cool.
No, that's a very good point. But yeah, I would definitely think Cecily's priority is get him safe and conscious, and then sort out everything else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Alrighty. So as Typho heads up the stairs, you all grab Suni. So it is a little bit of a process. Suni had a lot of equipment on him. Grabbing that and then helping Carasilla carry him. Over the process of all of that, as you get him up one flight of stairs, headed up to the second floor, needing to get to the third, as you do, do you all want Typho to come with you as you start heading up the stairs, or do you want him to stay by the door?
Yeah, I think have him come with us, but, like, at a distance. Like, you know, so he's still, like,
Okay.
trailing us just in case anything happens.
Okay, so he's on the bottom
But,
floor. You
yeah.
guys are on the. He's on the first floor. You guys are on the second floor. Only one more flight of stairs left to go. As you get up the first flight of stairs, emerging from the darkness at the very top, parallel to the exit you're trying to get to on the opposite end of the room, you can see something fly from that darkness. Medium-sized round object fly out of the darkness and land on the examination table. The head of a human man. Scarred, bruised. But you can see this cracked shadow and dust, ash around the eyes. As you hear a voice coming from the shadow.
You wish to take my experiment from me so soon?
As you see a man approach, if you could even call him that. Odd and malformed. His body is that of a dull teal. You can see these deep purple eyes, these robes of blue and gold and white, this magic of red and purple trailing off of his fingertips, and the small surgical tool floating above his hand. As the door at the very top on the opposite side closes shut.
Believe me, and hear me truthfully. I do not wish to fight you right now. I just wish to talk.
Well, then you better start. Who the fuck are you, and why'd you take him?
I am the creator. I am here to save you. It's as simple as that. I know of what the Dark One plans to do. I know of his Forsaken and the power they hold. Wicker Apiary, he is.
Looking towards the head.
But Wicker no more. He belongs to me now.
What exactly do you mean by that? Belongs to you? One of your creatures, then, I suppose?
Well, to a degree. The magic the Dark One gifted to him, I've harvested. It is a sliver of what it was, but magic from the Dark One nonetheless. I offer you a deal. Should you be willing to accept? My children will leave you alone. They will do nothing to harm you. I just need a small sample from each of you. Should I have that, not only will my children not attack you, not only will they provide you with safe passage, but when that final day comes, where I'm sure you plan to charge against his wrath, I will be there with you. As a world dominated by the Dark One is a world where my children cannot be free.
You truly stand against the Dark One, as you say. You'd be there regardless of what we give you. And if that's not the case, then I don't see us needing to make any deals.
Very well. That is your choice. Farewell, then, and safe travels on your journeys. Of course, a sample has already been collected from your friend. And I thought you would have seen a wiser path. So I can't return the samples. I'm incredibly sorry. But I'll do my best to make sure they're put to good use, as any good creator would. I hate to witness my work go to waste. It does make me sad, though. You still don't realize how many sacrifices need to be made in order to beat him. Maybe when you see the error of your ways, you'll come back. But just let it be known, only one person has ever killed one of the 13 Forsaken. And that person is me. Remember that.
What's your intention with the samples? For Wickers, you said it gives you the Dark One's power. What about it for us?
It's very clear to me that you're incredibly powerful individuals. A small portion of your blood can be replicated, given to my creations, my children. and they can be imbued with a sliver of your power. Imagine, for a moment, no longer in that final fight against the Dark One will there be a handful of heroes leading hundreds of thousands of soldiers that have never held a sword for more than a day. But imagine 10,000 heroes. Now that is an army that could destroy the Dark One. Don't you think?
And where did you find these heroes? Because what we hear, these people did not come willingly. How are you any better than the Dark One?
No, they did not come willingly, you're right. But as I said, sacrifices need to be made. If the death of one peasant now can save the lives of thousands later, that makes sense to me. These people that I take, it's not like there's no rhyme or reason. I plan each person to make sure that they are the least useful member of society in that current day, month, year. They are contributing the least they possibly can. So I take them, I put them to good use. You see, the Dark One has no rhyme or reason. What causes the most pain? What causes the most strife? That is what he does. I use logic to determine my actions. It's very clear to me that all of you one day will stand against the Dark One in a way that most others cannot. You're very strong. So
I hope that we should see you there with us as allies, but your metric of usefulness, that's the language of the Dark One there. What you're doing is only
So
adding
if
to the pain
someone's
and
not
suffering.
with you, then they're against you. That's what you're saying. If you're not following your crystal clear, bright, white morals, then obviously you're with the Dark One. Just because I'm not
You
good.
twist my words. I do hope that you are with us, that you are truly against the Dark One. But your methods, those aren't methods we deal with. Those aren't methods that I believe we can contribute to. I understand the need, the idea of sacrifice, believe me, I do. But this is not sacrifice. This is something else. If you have a skill, if you have a talent of being able to imbue people, help give people strength, that is an honorable thing. But what you're doing it in not an honorable way.
Very well. Honor does get in the way of achievement happening most of the time. Keep your honor, keep your morals. I hope that they do not shoot you in the foot, so to speak, later on. I hope you can keep your morals. I hope that he doesn't change you like he changed me. But until that day,
I can't promise an alliance, and I cannot promise neutrality. Should you get in my way, should you stop my children from getting what I want, you will be my enemy. Do I make myself clear?
So those not with you or against you, right?
Remember, the things I do are to fight against the Dark One. The thing that makes the most sense. The thing that is most logical.
Same here, friend, just different logic.
Then we understand each other. And you can see him, he snaps, and the door on the 3rd level opens. And he says, "You may leave now. Farewell, and good luck with your journey through the Old Kingdom. Hopefully those morals don't get in the way." And with that, he'll turn and he'll walk away.
Anybody, the whole group near Cecily can tell that she is using every fiber of her being to not say the things that are on her mind, and she will just turn to everybody else and say, "Let's just go."
Yeah, I mean, Bianca will just help Caricilla continue to bring the body up unless anyone else has anything that they want to do. The body, like it's not Suni, just Suni.
This dead ragdoll thing, we're gonna take it out. And we're gonna go. We're gonna cross the ground.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, all of you are able to make your way through the back entrance, the way that you came. And I'll say, just for the sake of brevity, you're able to make your way through the ruins of, or the temple, avoiding the Ancient One. In fact, as you get back in there, it seems as though he's nowhere to be found. And if you do take a peek down that one hallway, you would see that he has returned to his rest. And seems to be no longer pursuing you.
Hey.
Probably good we didn't hit him then.
Yeah.
Yep.
I will
So-
say, if we're able to just completely clear this, I imagine once we get to the portion where we'd have to be like swimming and shit, Carousel would just use Dimension Door just to like get Suni and her to the shore, just to not worry about that.
For sure, of course. So with that, you're able to get to the very, very front of the temple where you had entered, put the symbol up by the ceiling, and you're able to easily float out up to the top, except, of course, for Carousel and Suni, which just Dimension Door to the top. With that, all of you...
Start drowning.
Yeah. So with that, all of you now are back top where you had come from. And you can see that the rain is still here, torrential, coming down in beats all around you. But Suni has been retrieved, and all of you made it out without sacrificing a part of yourself. And aside from Suni, none of you had anything successfully harvested from you, whether it be by the creator himself or by any of the creatures that you fought in the temple. So, as you get out of the top, you can see Suni starts to awake as all of you make your way back towards Richka. And that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. There you go. Alrighty, well, thanks for watching, everybody. Hope that you enjoyed.
Man. She had a lot of things to say, but they would have all ended in violence, so...
So I was trying to point.
Yep.
I
That's-
could tell.
that's
She
very-
could tell.
Very fair. Probably a good idea. So, thanks for watching, everybody. If you're watching on Twitch, do not forget to follow. If you're watching on YouTube, do not forget to like and subscribe. If you had a favorite moment from the session, John, you're back. Feel free to comment that favorite moment. Always loving to hear from you people. So, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.